Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ridiculous questing adventures of Scarzig in old school Maplestory. What's up, Sabanes? So, just a couple updates. I recently got the snail pet, got that to level 5. Turned in the quest, and it just gave me the ability to get different pets and stuff, which I guess is fine. I also did a little bit of grinding at Firebores just to get a feel for what my damage was looking like and a feel for the map. And it's pretty cool because I can use my ice to aggro the ice strike to aggro all the Firebores and then just group them up on one side of the map and just AoE them down. But my damage does still feel a little bit low. I'm only level 31. And so I decided to double back on the Arwen's glass slipper. We talked to Nella in Kerning City, and she said she had a dream about a cat, and that gave us a clue that it was Fancy, the cat NPC in the forest in Alinea. And when I talked to Fancy, he said that he lost his ball of yarn. They were taken by Curse Eyes. We do need to go grab the 999 Curse Eye quest. But my damage is also a little bit low versus Curse Eyes. They're really tanky. So that's another quest I'm going to do once I get a bit stronger. I have to turn this one in to get my shop. This version that I'm playing on, you get your pet and your shop by just doing a quest line rather than having to spend NX for it, which is really sick. Now, I can get the Unagi special for Ronnie, who also wants 50 Lupin's bananas. Lupins do appear in Alinea, so I guess while I'm here, I might pick up the Lupin's bananas, but the priority for today's stream, I think, is probably knocking out the Evil Eye quests. Now that I'm a little bit stronger, now that I have an AoE spell, I think it's a good time for it. And you can just use the nearest town scroll here, obviously, to get back to Alinea. And let's see if I can remember where exactly I am. You can see I'm pretty low on orange potions, but my base HP is pretty low regardless. Speaking of which, I got to remember to cast my magic guard. But I have a bunch of white potions, and one white potion essentially tops me off. So I'm not worried about going to repot there once I get more potions. Once I run out of orange potions, I'll just switch over to white potions. Now, am I remembering correctly that we want to go this way? Yes, to get to the Lupin Forest. It's like down here somewhere. We were training over here before to find mushrooms, if you remember those quests from eons ago. But I believe we can go deeper. I might need to go in the Kerning... Wait, is this only? I guess I'm misremembering. I think this is a split path. It's always so funny, I can never remember where Lupins are. Because it's just a map that I never trained on. You know what I mean? I think maybe it's up from here. Maybe that's what it is. Rather than going down, we go up. Lupins are just such a pain in the ass to train on. They were changed in this version, so they don't have like an auto-homing unavoidable damage attack, so they're less annoying, but still. Yeah, Monkey Forest. Okay, cool. Let's see what my damage looks like versus Lupins. I think that it's still going to be pretty abysmal, but Oops. Yeah. It's going to be pretty abysmal, but I only need 50 bananas, so I think I'm willing to kind of chillax. Yeah, I don't even have 100% hit rate on these yet. They just kind of randomly run back and forth as well. And the fact that they have to stand still in order to attack does give me a little bit of room to keep kiting. Oh, I forgot these things drop stiff feathers. Oh, damn. That attack travels farther than I thought. Yeah. Definitely feeling the pain. Fuck. Really? Oh my god. Hang on a second. I fat fingered the wrong key. I have to disable that key. There's like a key on my keyboard that's like to just lock your computer and put it into like idle mode. And it's a default key on my keyboard that I have to like go into. I think Power Toys probably. It didn't like log me out of everything. It just put it back at the home screen. Like, what kind of sus things are you up to where you have to press one button to be like closing out your screen? You know what I mean? It's good for when you're Christmas shopping, right? But what I was trying to do was hit my wizard potion button so I can get a little bit more attack power. My magic claw looks like it's actually doing pretty good damage. These lupins just have so much damn HP. I'll have to make sure to keep checking on the lupin's bananas periodically, because it's not going to notify me when I get 50. And then I have to go back to Hnessus to get the Unagi special from Rena. Because that was another reason I had to come to Alinea, is because I had 49 Kursai tails and I needed 50 for the Unagi special. I'm really curious what the Mr. Wet Bottom reward is going to be if it's still a sauna robe. Because on this version, Dexless really isn't a thing. This, like I said, this feels a little inefficient to try to AoE them down. You can see my mastery is like really mid. I think it's probably better to just use Magic Claw and single target them down. Yo, what's up, Shamana? Welcome back. I'm currently collecting 50 Lupin's bananas for Ronnie. That opulent, greedy child that ran away from home and stole his father's book. He's dressed like a whole orphan. But honestly, we don't know the whole relationship between Ronnie and Mr. Sweatbottom, so I can't be too hard on the lad. But Lupin's bananas? Come on now. I'm just doing this while I'm in Alinea. There's like no good way to do this quest. Lupins are definitely like a bit too strong for me right now. I'm only level 31. But once I do this, I have to go back to Hnessus for the Unagi special. And it'll give me a reason to go back to Sleepywood to turn in the Sweat Bottom quest. And then I'll be going to kill 999 evil eyes, which are, I think, a little bit more in my wheelhouse for my damage output. I think I only have like 10 or so of the banana. Ooh, 23. Okay, we're already making really good time. I have way more bananas than I thought. I did a little bit of testing yesterday to see what like fighting fire boars would be like. Yeah, and you can see with the projectiles of the bananas, it's a little bit unrealistic to AoE them down unless you're two-shotting them. But the fire boars are also pretty strong. So it's not really worth to keep running around. And even though I have, like, there's a ton of them in Land of Fireboar, the Burning Land, I mean, it's really great to just AoE and, you know, just mob them down, but it's a little bit too inefficient for my taste is all. I'd rather go back and if I'm gonna have to, Radiance was telling me the ratio, it's like 12,000, 12,500 fireboars on average to get one glass slipper. I'm gonna come back when I can like one or two shot the fireboars. There we go. Yeah. So note to self, don't aggro a bunch of lupins. Because they just hit like trucks and they just chase you down. They're not letting me pick up that banana for some reason. Might be a little bit of a server lag with all the lupins on this map. I'm really happy I remembered where this damn forest is. Because I never, ever in my life trained on lupins at any point. Not in any serious capacity. From what I remember, it was like, if you were an assassin or an archer, I think lupins were a decent training spot. And zombie lupins, especially if you were a cleric. But I always played bandit, so lupins were always really obnoxious. And around this level range, you know, you typically end up going to Assyria anyway. Because in old school Maplestory, a lot of these quests are very, very not worth. You know what I mean? I'm doing this for fun. And on this version, they've changed a lot of their quest rewards to make them worth it, which is a really big thing they need to do in Classic World. 35 bananas. Especially with the boosted experience rate of playing in a party. Getting 4 of your homies together, or just a pub group of just the maps being crowded, people are going to be partying up naturally. The increased experience rate that they're offering now for party play is great. I'm glad that they have that. You want to do as much as possible to disincentivize just hyper efficient, lonely solo grinding. But at the same time, in order to get a good chunk of experience and items and mesos, quests are really fun and just pivotal to the MMORPG experience, right? You know what I mean? You get to learn a little bit more about the characters in the world. And the developers for Classic World have already talked about how Classic World gives them the opportunity to add more story and flesh out some storylines and some characters that they didn't get a chance to in the past, like Manji and his whole bit with the Archon's blood. And I've already done a lot of some of my favorite, really iconic quests, like Chief Stan and his son who runs away from home to go to Kerning after his mother passes away, and you have to, like, reconcile them. Or even doing the quest line with Ian, you find out that she's Bruce's long lost daughter when they got attacked by monsters when she was young. Stuff like that I think is really cool. And that's actually one thing I really liked about my time playing Final Fantasy XIV is you can do the gatherer quests. I also had a really insane challenge for myself in Final Fantasy XIV because I was playing on the free to play. And when you're free to play in Final Fantasy XIV, you can't access the auction house. And so I was like trying to craft this really specific item in order to dye my armor, okay? And it led me down this crazy rabbit hole because I needed to have like levels in this crafting class to make this item I needed for the process. Because in Final Fantasy XIV, every class has its iconic armor set that you get around like level 50, I think it is. It's called your relic armor. And that relic armor is like a unique item that can't be altered or dyed. And you have to basically make a copy of it that's like a dyeable version, like an unlocked version of the armor that you have to like craft. And so I was like, okay, that seems like a fun challenge. I wanna wear this relic armor for my look of my character. So I'll have to make this version. Normally, you would just buy the materials. It's like it's a special alchemy set. You need to craft it, or you can just buy the dyeable version off another player with the auction board. I was like, this will be pretty fun to just gather up all of the pieces I need to make it myself. And it led me down this crazy rabbit hole because all of the gathering and crafting classes, subclasses in that game, can all be done on the same character. And so it's like, yeah, in order to make this item, you need to have this level of crafting. And it's like, okay, then you're going to craft and you're going to craft. And then each crafting class has its own storyline and quest line. And it's like, in order to complete this next tier of the crafting quest, you need to get this item, right? And in order to get this item, you have to have a certain level in another quest. So they all bleed into one another and they incentivize you to play all the different classes. And I really liked seeing all the sub storylines. There's 50 bananas. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Hinesis. We got to get the Unagi special. I could probably get more pet food while I'm here. I don't know. I never messed around with pets either, you know, because I was broke back in the day. I remember buying NX like one time, maybe 2 times when I was really, really young. Okay. We got the fresh milk by trading the diamond. All right, cool. Yeah, I have tons of white potions. So I'll assign those right now. And then once I run out of orange potions, I'll switch over to white potions. We go back to Alinea. So we can go find Ronnie. And I'm going to go to the... Wait. I always forget where the potion shop is. I think it's wait, no, this is the bottom of Alinea. It's like up and to the left. But where was I going with this? Oh yeah, having these world building quest lines. That's another really big thing about the gathering and crafting classes is it gives you a lot of world building. You know what I mean? Because in Final Fantasy XIV, there's the grand overarching story that your character, the Warrior of Light, is a part of. But the crafting and gathering classes are much more about the average people and the citizens and the like the economy and the rebuilding. Because that is one thing that A Realm Reborn doesn't get as much credit for as I would like, is the fact that they did the whole like hard reset of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 and then re-release it as a Realm Reborn. And that hard reset they worked into the lore, where it was this big cataclysm, and the rest of the story takes place in the backdrop of them trying to rebuild after that cataclysm. And so the crafting and gathering classes are very tightly tied to those rebuilding efforts. So I think we have enough Ilinia return scrolls, yeah. Nearest town scrolls, got some of those. All right, cool. So always buy your mana potions in Ilinia because they're cheaper. I was kind of talking earlier, I wasn't sure if the price of a return scroll was actually worth the money you save by getting potions in Ilinia, which is kind of funny. There's definitely like some math there where it's only worth it to buy potions in Ilinia if you buy a certain amount at once. But I'm actually starting to get a pretty good buffer of Mesos, I think. So Ronnie is in this map in one of these trees, I think, towards the bottom. I'm pretty sure. Yep, there he is. Haha! Found ya. And then I get the secret book. And then we head to Sleepywood. Dun, dun, dun. And I can touch the mysterious statue to get the blue violas. I can do that jump quest. I'm gonna wait a little bit. I did a couple of them last stream, I think. I'm gonna wait a little bit before I do the next jump quest. To talk to Mr. Sweatbottom, you have to go into the VIP sauna. Mr. Wetbottom, pardon me, is the guy who gives you the quest. Mr. Sweatbottom is the NPC in the other. All right, 10,000 Mesos, 14,000 XP. We get to level 32. And what's the deal with the sauna robe? I mean, it's iconic. It's just a statless overall, 10 slots. So it's the same item. I guess it might kind of be worth. In this version, they've changed the weapon defense algorithm and calculation so that upgrading your equipment does actually matter. But I suppose if you go sauna robe, then it's kind of like a glass cannon build. So it might still be worth it. And even in classic world, I think they're pretty much going to be changing things around to get rid of dexless and luckless builds. But people are going to go for them anyway, I think, just because they're so iconic. And if you can get a bunch of front-loaded damage like that, then absolutely, I think people will go for it. I bought a piece of Unagi because I thought you needed it for the Unagi special quest line, but I guess you don't need that, which is surprising. But anywho, we get to put our ability points into intelligence. This is really going to help us a lot now that we're about to go back into the ant tunnel. So we have 5 magic mastery. We could put 3 into spell booster. Because I was thinking about it before, and I think that increasing mastery is an overall damage increase. Whereas putting points directly into Ice Strike only increases the damage of Ice Strike, right? So putting Mastery makes our Magic Claw and other spells better. This only makes one spell better. Spell Booster, I'm not entirely sure about the math, where how many skills do you need to cast under the effects of Booster for it to be worth? Versus just making your individual spells stronger by increasing mastery. You know what I mean? And I'm a little greedy. So what I might do is just put 3 points in booster anyway. Let's try it. You know what? I'm not too scared of messing around with some different skills and stuff. We'll put booster on A, I think. And this allows me to start working on my muscle memory of keeping my booster uptime going. Ooh, damn. It's a little faster. I can definitely feel it on Magic Claw. Yeah, I can definitely feel the change. I think this might be worth. And then the idea will be next level, I put 2 points in booster and 1 point in mastery, or maybe 2 points in mastery and 1 point in booster, and then it has a 40-second duration. Because I think booster, I think for it to technically be efficient, it needs to have a 1-minute duration. I've already done 999 of... Oh, wow, I can't make that jump. Aha. I've already done the 999 zombie mushroom and horny mushrooms, so we're just on our way over. We got the follow from Dosri. Thank you and welcome to the Knighthood, Dosri7. And don't get me wrong, this is, I'm not fully acknowledging that I'm putting... What? I thought I did this already. I think they're repeatable. Once you eliminate the monster with your guild mates, make sure to report this to the Rememberer. Oh, interesting. That's weird. Oh, it is repeatable. Oh, okay. Weird. Which server is that? This is the Forbidden server. The Odyssey, the Bane Sauce server. I can't wait for Classic Maple to be released. Yeah, same. I'm gonna be making some more like videos and stuff, giving my thoughts on Classic World, kind of throwing my opinions in the ring. Because I still think that there's a lot to talk about. There was a lot of speculation in the beginning, and it feels like with the release getting closer, with the closed alpha build, the closed beta build being announced, that a lot of content creators have kind of already said their piece, and they don't really know what else to talk about. But I still think that there's plenty to discuss regarding Classic World. I got a little bit of script writing done before. Because I always tend to, like, discuss a lot and yap a lot while I'm streaming. But this will be me organizing my thoughts a little bit more. People are going to rush to play the server. I don't think this will last that too long. You think that Classic World will be really populated at first and then get like a very small dedicated community, is what you mean? As the server seems to be too balanced, which is not an ideal thing for people at late 20s up to mid 30. Oh, you mean this server? Classic. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. They like for this version, the devs obviously and a lot of Maplestory World servers, you know what I mean? The developers have a much more free hand with being able to make changes and rework stuff and change things very drastically. But Classic World, their hands are tied a little bit. I want them to actually go deeper into changing classes around for the sake of... Did somebody already hit those? They won't let me pick these up. Sometimes that happens. If a monster's been partially damaged by another player that was passing through, you won't be able to loot the stuff that it drops because the timer hasn't expired yet. And that's definitely another thing I'm going to be making a video about, and we've already discussed on stream, right? Where, yeah, they're doing a lot of mathematical buffs, removing some skills that were just like really bad and, you know, were completely worthless anyway. Just vestigial skills that were part of Maplestory's old design before they really figured out where they were going with a lot of the game. But they sort of need to keep the old school feel. You know, the players that are returning and want to play an official old school Maplestory, they can't change the game too much. At least not at first. I'll say that. I don't want them to completely remake old school Maplestory just 1-to-1. Because it gives up so much of a golden opportunity for them to take the base game and put their own renewed vision on it. I always love it when developers get a chance to learn from everything that they've done over like several years and then go back and apply that knowledge. You know what I mean? Maybe something that they always wanted to do but were unable to do because of, you know, technological limitations back in the day. And don't get me wrong, those limitations resulted in really iconic decisions from Maplestory, like the way certain movement works, the fact that there's no down jump, which they're bringing to Classic World. This version doesn't have down jump, which I thought was a really good decision, to be honest. Now that I've been playing on this version, I don't miss down jump at all. It means that you kind of have to just move around the map and interact with the maps a little bit more. And down jump makes certain maps that typically aren't very efficient into hyper efficient maps for grinding. It just changes the way that you interact with the world. And to be fair, the lack of down jump is one of the reasons I decided to pick a mage, because teleport kind of gives you a pseudo down jump. But this version has done so many key things that I really appreciate, where rogues just have a skill that gives you passive move speed and jump, right? So thieves just naturally move a little bit faster, which accentuates their playstyle and their niche. Mages getting teleport and first job on this version is completely inspired. And that's pretty much it, you know what I mean? Where one of the biggest pain points of old school Maplestory, alongside just certain classes being ridiculous, like Old Assassin, is the getting haste and flash jump and stuff and teleport. There is such a crazy disparity between the classes that have movement abilities versus not, because there's a lot of just traveling back and forth. And I know the general consensus is that players don't want Classic World to have teleport rocks. And people are still going to use, the taxi cab and return scrolls, which is great because it's a way to remove Mesos from the economy. Because that's the thing. Once you spend money on a teleport rock, that's every time you need to move somewhere, that's Mesos that you save in the long run. And so there needs to be more Meso sinks for especially for higher level players to keep the economy somewhat in check. It's never going to be perfect, but it does give players something to grind for rather than you get so rich that your Mesos are worthless and the only thing you spend Mesos on is just to get really busted equipment from other players. There's actually, I think, a teleporter at the bottom that sends you all the way back up to the top. So I got to use that one. Gosh, the detection radius for Ice Strike is a little wonky. Yeah, there's definitely like some weird delay with picking up the evil eye tails. I wonder why. Probably just because this map is so densely populated, which, I definitely don't mind. Oops. I guess it's fine. That middle shelf, we'll grab it later. I've got a wizard potion going. I'm trying to work booster into my muscle memory to increase my casting speed, which is honestly, I think, a great normalization. And the fact they gave mages mastery in this version, those are the sorts of changes that I actually can get behind. Because there's a lot of classes that are sort of privileged, like assassins and mages, where their mastery is built into their skills rather than being something that you have to invest into the way every other class does. So you get to spend more time leveling up your main abilities and your skills to give you better damage. Rather than having to spend several levels on like BS upkeep passive skills is what I call them, like mastery. And in Classic World, all the masteries were reworked to give some secondary stat to make them even more valuable. It's just really bland when you get to level 30 and it's like, yay, I got to level 30. I get one skill point. I'm going to put that into mastery and that's it. You get your job advancement after grinding for 100,000 years, I finally made it to level 30. This is so exciting. I get to go second job and nothing changes until you're level 35 or level 36 for the most part. And so by reworking skills so that, say, mastery, you only have to put 10 points into it rather than 20 points, means that you can get to some of your other skills a bit faster. Or like the weird thing where you only gain mastery every other point that you put in. So even the process of leveling mastery feels bad because you aren't getting as much value out of each individual skill point. And it's literally just a way for them to artificially waste your skill points, because between second job and third job, right, that's 40 levels, so that's 120 skill points they have to try to find a way to force you to spend. And I was talking about this during yesterday's stream, but what they should do is make it so that skills get to an acceptable, usable level, especially for your second job skills outscaling your first job skills. That should happen very, very quickly. And then each skill point you put in gives you diminishing returns. Because already, like, when you take a skill, like, most of my experience comes from playing Bandit, for example. So you take a skill like Savage Blow, which has a 30-point requirement to fully max it out. And it doesn't even become more efficient than Double Stab until you get it to like rank 12. And it starts off with hitting 3 times and then hitting 4. It hits like twice, then it hits 4 times, then it hits 6 times. You don't even get your full 6 hits right out of the gate. So it's a completely worthless skill until suddenly it's not. You know what I mean? It's not worth it to use it over Double Stab until it becomes better than Double Stab. Even factoring in crit chance, Savage Blow is still like unusable because it doesn't get its full 6 hits, and it doesn't make sense. They're making the skill worse and unusable just because I guess they just don't want you to use it too early and level up too quickly if you get Savage Blow right away. But it's like the iconic attacking skill of your class. You know what I mean? They shouldn't be gating players from using the reason that their class exists. And so absolutely Savage Blow should be usable much earlier. And then each individual point gives like plus 2% to your damage multiplier. So each individual skill point is already pretty mediocre in terms of how it scales your skill. And so if you're going to make each skill be really bad until it's suddenly not bad, you might as well let us make it good first, and then you still get to give the marginal diminishing returns that is sort of iconic to the slow accumulation of power that Maplestory is known for. You know what I mean? Where like, yeah, maybe Savage Blow is better than Double Stab mathematically, but maybe the mana cost or something is really bad. So if you are fighting just run-of-the-mill monsters or incidental monsters when you're going from A to B, you're still double stabbing them. But when you're fighting something that's a little bit stronger or you're doing a harder quest, that's when you pull out the Savage Blow, where it's not as economical. And as you put points into Savage Blow, the damage is, you know, you're still at a generally maxed multiplier, but then maybe the mastery points you're putting into it start to decrease the mana cost, for example. Because in Maplestory, that is the other side of the coin when it comes to maxing skills, is that you'll have skills that have these random noob trap breakpoints where you put a point into a skill and it goes up by 1% damage, but then the mana cost doubles. So you have to also not assign your skill points until you have enough to offset the mana increase with the amount of damage that is added to the multiplier. You know what I mean? In an MMO about slowly accumulating power, you don't want your player to spend several levels where they basically don't get anything. You still want that slow incremental power to mean something. And if you have a skill that requires 30 points to master, and mathematically it's not even worth using until you have it halfway mastered, then you're spending like 10 levels where you literally don't get anything for leveling up. And I think that this is mostly egregious when it comes to Bandit specifically. But you'll have to let me know if other classes experience a same really terrible set of growing pains after they class change. And you could argue honestly that even like warriors and assassins are sort of mid in the fact that they get good useful skills up front and then nothing to replace them until like 4th job. And if Classic World sticks with the currently revealed changes where they just buff and nerf certain skills for the classes. Hang on, is my inventory full or something? Like you can hear me mashing the key, but it won't let me pick up these tails. There we go. They would need to go really hard with reworking 3rd job. I think that would be really iconic for Classic World. I would have to gather that 90% of the players that have played old school Maplestory probably didn't even get to 3rd job or got to 3rd job and then quit like pretty soon afterward. Because once you get to level 70, getting your skill books and your mastery books, leveling up from level 70 to 74 is also really barbaric in terms of grinding. So a lot of these really high level, fully kitted out 3rd job characters a lot of players really didn't get to experience in the true old school era. Maybe in modern where leveling up is a lot faster. But I think they do have a lot of room to do some strong 3rd job reworks. And even in modern Maplestory, right? Like a lot of 2nd job and 3rd job classes were reworked in order to properly accentuate the class's identity or their play style, stuff like that. And it's a really good way to also set Classic World apart from other versions of Maplestory. Not just that it's old school, but especially because they're going to be sticking with the original classes. The original 4 classes, not even pirates yet, having more unique variations of those classes that are more fleshed out, demonstrating that they've sort of learned from their current designs in order to make them more fun to play, if we're being honest. Not just like flashy and, big number, big map clearing spells the way that modern design has sort of fallen into, but just differentiating the play styles, giving us buttons to press, making the classes fun to play. And it can be fun to just do like big damage, if you're playing like a hero or something. But when you look at, say, hermits, they get flash jump and big damage with crits. It's a little bit more dynamic. And even with mages, you're teleporting around, you're casting spells, you've got multiple elements, multiple single target and mobbing spells to use. Warriors, you're just slash blasting everything for eternity until you get to 4th job. You know what I mean? That's basically what I'm talking about. And Chrono Story tried to address that problem of second job warrior kind of just not really having anything to do outside of Slash Blast by making final attack basically be a buff on top of Slash Blast to make it better. And it would be pretty cool, perhaps, like in Classic World, for example, one of the classes I do have my eye on to play is Axe Fighter, right? Because axes were always really cool, but mathematically they're just inferior to swords. And they tried to add the bleed mechanic to axes in Classic World to actually make them viable and give them a niche. And we're still not sure if that's good enough with axes, but maybe in third job, you know, you get a skill that guarantees you get a swing instead of a stab, or even like 2 swings, where warriors get to hit 2 lines on one enemy, and then with the bleed mechanic, it gives you 2 chances to apply your bleed. Stuff like that. Because as it stands right now, there's the one... I forget the name of the content creator. I do apologize, but there was a video I watched about Classic World where a player who was very familiar with Warrior was looking at footage of from the demo and some of the changes they made for Classic World, and like final attack is still really bad. They gave it a quality of life change to make it usable, where you accumulate a charge that you can use whenever you want to, so it doesn't randomly lock you into an extra animation when you don't want it. But because you accumulate final attack charges as a random chance, you still don't get a sufficient increase in your DPS when you max final attack. And it's one of those things where it's the perfect opportunity for the devs to say, okay, yeah, let's just stop trying to make final attack a thing and just replace it with something else, another attacking skill. It's just that you have Power Strike, which already gives you your big damage, and then Slash Blast gives you your AoE. So, like, there's really nowhere else to... Look, they won't let me pick up these boogie horns. And I have room in my inventory for them. Somebody must have hit that boogie, like... That's the only explanation I can think of. I hope I'm making sense, chat. Because it's part of the charm of old school Maplestory to have, like, you know, bad skills. But it's such a weird sin regarding modern game design and MMO design. Like, it makes no sense to learn what you've learned through 20 years of Maplestory development and then still choose to have bad skills in your game. They can be niche, right? It's fine to have a niche skill that maybe isn't very usable all the time, but when the circumstances arise for it, it can be quite good. Maybe giving rise to different skill orders. And that's the other thing too. When every skill is useful, players have more agency around their skill order. Whereas the ideal perfect skill order has been cracked for, you know, millennia at this point. and any deviation from the Ayumi Love skill order is completely inting your progression. Because if you assign your skill points and your ability points incorrectly, then you're nerfing your damage, and then you're stuck with your bad build for longer. And that's what I'm doing here, right? Like, I put points in booster just to kind of get a feel for it. And obviously, anything other than just maxing mastery right away is always going to be bad in second job. But to reiterate my point, I think that mastery should not be so much of your second job experience when you first get your job change. You want to use your new skills. You want to actually start taking advantage of the mechanics that make your class, what you decided on, unique, rather than just, I get a little bit of damage. You know what I mean? Because that's all mastery is. By fixing your damage, it just allows you to kind of keep up with the new curve that you're running up against with the monsters you're going to start fighting in Ludi and in the ant tunnel and stuff like that. Having more consistent damage, your increased damage floor is just the same as giving someone a flat damage buff. And Final Fantasy XIV solved the problem by just having a passive that you unlock at a certain breakpoint. And it's called like Maul and Mend or something like that, where it's just a flat increase to your damage scaling and your HP. And like, just call it a day. And I know that's pretty heretical of me to say, because I know that the point of Maplestory is to have this very slow grind. But I think you can still have a slow grind, a slow accumulation of power, while still making it so that every level up gives you fun new tools to use. That's really what it is. Even if you have a lot of skills and buttons to press, you still have to grind. You know what I mean? I would rather grind using cool new skills that accentuate my class identity rather than needing to scale up my damage first, using my first job skills that I've been spamming for 100 years before I'm allowed to use the skills of my new job. You get what I'm saying, chat? And you got to pour one out for the poor warrior players that are slash blasting. Even with the changes I'm suggesting, it feels like they're still going to be slash blasting everything for the rest of time. Sealed. Because ironically, the devs would have to nerf slash blast. They would, oh my god. They would have to make slash blast worse in order to add something to second job. If I'm being honest, like, being able to hit 6 enemies with slash blast is pretty difficult anyway, with a lot of the early areas that you're training. Typically, you're only hitting maybe 3 or 4 enemies. So if they nerf slash blast so that it only hit 3 or 4 enemies, and then in second job you get a different skill that hits 6 enemies, that might be something to consider. Or, I don't know. In Chrono Story, they made it so that Final Attack, as I said, is just a flat buff that increases the damage multiplier and the range of your slash blast. They're just leaning into the fact that nothing can be better than slash blast. So second job, you're just putting more points into slash blast, essentially. And it does feel a little bit better, certainly, because you also get increased range. So it's easier to hit monsters from a safer distance while also being able to hit multiple monsters. Because the range of Slash Blast is actually quite small. The monsters have to be super duper bunched up in order for you to hit 4 or 6. And warriors don't have a way to group monsters up the way, say, brawlers do. The pirates, where they have their backdash blow to gather everything up, and then they do the AoE. And so that's probably what they should be giving to warriors in second job, is some sort of charging skill that lets them group up enemies, and then they can slash blast them. And if you're like, oh, we don't want to give warriors like really good movement, just make it so that the skill can't be used freely and that it can only be used on an enemy. Because that's the same thing they do with assassins, right? Where, excuse me, not assassins, I mean chief bandits. They don't get flash jump, but you get Avenger, I think it's called, where you get the gap close to an enemy. Not Avenger. Fuck, what's it called? Is it just Assassinate, where you gap close to an enemy? Shadow Strike? And you can kind of use that as a movement skill to get around the map as you're training. And so for warriors, that would also be welcome. They aren't using movement in order to go from A to B the way that assassins have their increased movement speed with haste and flash jump, or mages have teleport. They're using it for engaging with enemies and getting into close range. And that's where I think the devs at Nexon need to really look within themselves and understand what their possibilities are with Classic World. Because by toning down the amount of skills that are available, classes that are available, maps that are available, items, like, it's already an old school experience just because it's so stripped down. Like, we aren't even going to have Ludi when Classic World first drops. Like, if this, and honestly, playing on this server is a perfect example that even deeply changing characters still allows you to maintain an old school identity. Because the old school feel is about the quests and the items and the environment that you're piloting these classes within. And also, as long as they shy away from modern map design, where it's one long horizontal empty map that you just grind on. Like, all of the good training spots in old school Maplestory kind of force you to rotate around the map and are a little bit janky and uneven. You know what I mean? It's not just purely about facilitating the most efficient builds. And I think it was 11 or Toe Gain had made a video about how in the transition between modern and old school Maplestory, there's a weird curve you start to hit around level, 40, level 50. Yo, Radiance is online. Where... Yo, what's good, homie? But anyway, there's a weird level range where the monsters become really, really inefficient. I think it was 11 that made a video about it. And the inefficiency of the monsters is made up for with just more efficient map design, where monsters are laid out in a way that they're very easy to farm, and the maps are very dense with a very high spawn rate, right? And that's basically my meaning, is keep the maps weird and wonky and unique. And it just also means that whether a map is good to train on is more based on the monsters that inhabit it and less about having the perfect layout. And by having a wider variety of map types, certain characters have an easier time training on certain map types, and you're kind of able to spread out the player base a little bit. You know what I mean? So that we aren't all training on top of each other all the time. And that, I'm not really even sure how big of a deal that's going to be in Classic World. Like, on this version, like, I see a lot of players all the time, and there's only one channel. And whenever somebody's on the same map as you, you just add them to the party, and then you just keep grinding. And that's what it's going to be like in Classic World because of the party XP multiplier. I think it's going to be really good. Hmm. But that's, I mean, that's pretty much my main point. I'm not sure exactly what they could do. I would hope that they listen to like the mains of a certain class regarding like what changes they'd like to make. Because I absolutely think that, with bandits, oh man, we got 3 mages farming these evil eyes now. It's over. Just a classic grind session. Like, warriors are going to want something better than final attack. And I don't care if a class is too strong. Like, they're already buffing bandits 8 ways from Sunday, and apparently fire poison also is like super duper buffed in Classic World. I don't care how strong other classes are. Like, assassins were like utterly ridiculous in old school Maplestory. There's no argument against that. And it's not that people disliked that assassins were strong. It was just that they were so strong compared to everybody else. There wasn't too many classes that could really keep up with how good they were. And you know how it is. If one class is too strong, then they just over-centralize the population and the economy. So it's harder to get a good mixed party going. And I don't remember, maybe in LPQ, it was a little bit hard to find a party as a certain class. Like as a page, for example. But I'm not entirely sure how much they want to make it so that like party buffs and stuff are more important. I know that they nerfed Hyper Body, for example. That was already revealed. And Haste was also nerfed a little bit, I think. It's still going to be useful. Like, having the movement and stuff is still useful. They probably just want to make it harder for players to hit the move speed and jump cap for, like, map design purposes. I don't know. I don't think that there was, like, any platforms that were super broken that you're able to get up to. It's just more about traversal. The nerf to haste is also indicative of the rumor that base move speed was actually increased. So you nerf haste on top of that, just because you're still getting the same total move speed after it's all said and done. You know what I mean? Wow, really? But even with, you got to remember too, with Classic World, all of our impressions of the game are based around, yay, my character's level 50, I just get to play around and experience basically a fully maxed out character. The experience of getting to level 30, the experience of getting from level 30 to level 50, you know, we haven't experienced that in the demos. That's what the closed test is really going to be after. And I think that a lot of the points I'm talking about regarding how awkward your your second job advancement is when you first make it, and how annoying the scaling can be and frustrating, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more feedback in that regard than maybe even Nexon anticipates. I wonder how many people are kind of in the same boat as me. This is a subject I feel like I don't really hear people talk about too much. And I want to make a video about it, just organizing my thoughts a little bit cleaner. Because it seems like every content creator has their sort of hot takes. You know what I mean? Where, like, Joe Hawk, you know, is like a bit more of a purist. Dino Fries is definitely more of a, yeah, just change everything, rework everything. There's Johnny, you know, who plays on Maple Land, which is like legitimately old school Maplestory, just a Korean version. And so he is totally down with a game that facilitates a more social experience. And I can't remember if it was him or not, or another content creator, just kind of talking about how generally in GMS, that player base is much more prone to just grinding and leveling up, and doesn't care too much about the social aspect. And I mean, that's what we're doing right now. We're just partied up and grinding. But it's just chill. It's just relaxing. You're going to be on Discord server with the homies. Oh, man, that's 999. I'll stick around and help them get to their 999s. They also have that thing too. The new like AFK, like leeching detection, where you can't be AFK for like more than 10 seconds or whatever before you start getting party XP. So if there's like one player who's like taking a quick second to step away, they do get penalized pretty heavily. Is it, am I remembering correctly that it's 10 seconds? They could probably increase that to like a minute or two. Like if you go a couple minutes without damaging a monster, then that's when like the leech detecting comes in. Because I think a lot of people are saying that it's really easy to just every few seconds just like move your character a little bit so it doesn't trigger the AFK detection. So it should probably be based around damaging a monster. But you know how it is. You're standing like near a platform and then like every few seconds you just hit your ranged basic attack as like an archer or an assassin. Just like slap a monster. Or yeah. There's probably more elegant ways to add activity-based AFK detection to avoid leeching. Especially if they're going to be so generous with the party buff of XP. They're going to have to come up with something. Because leeching was not efficient until, you know, the infamous story of like Maple Warrior and Genesis and all that, where so many factors lined up at once to make it literally the best way to level up. And even if it's not the best way to level up, it's still going to be a way to level up. So if you have the funds or the NX or whatever it is to pay people to grind while you go AFK, then people are going to do it. Even if it's not the most efficient way. It's just, it comes down to the Scarzig law of incentivized behaviors. And so they have to just make it a bannable offense. Like straight up. Just make it like a terrible offense that they just flag you for. If you're intentionally like playing the bare minimum in order to get around the AFK detection to leech with the increased party XP rate, they just need to treat it like botting, right? I know that's like really harsh, don't get me wrong, because no matter how efficient they make the system, there's probably some weird party composition or some player behavior that accidentally triggers the system. I can't imagine exactly how it would work. But I mean, that's why the Maplestory devs have 20 years of experience to pull from to find a system that I can't really fathom right now. Because probably what it needs to be is maybe some sort of ratio with the number of monsters that you are killing. Or the amount of damage that you're dealing. That maybe dynamically triggers up and down for how much XP you're getting overall from the party. If that makes sense. Right? Like, you can see in the bottom right corner, that yellow text is the partial experience I'm getting from my party members' kills. And then maybe if I'm not pulling my weight, that ratio of bonus XP I'm getting would just be diminished. Kind of like in League of Legends, where they have that thing where if you're a support and you're like killing minions, your support items like stop working for a little bit or something, and it like keeps quote unquote laners from just buying support items if they happen to be really efficient, because then you lose out on that value when you're actually killing minions. So that maybe something like that, something sophisticated like that. Because Maplestory at its heart is a very basic game. So you can't add like too many weird levers to the calculation of how party XP is shared. And I think that also lends itself to AFK detection and bot detection to be pretty basic as well. The other thing that we have to also keep our eyes peeled for is meso sellers. Is that still it's got to still be a thing? Like every MMO has websites, third-party websites that sell the in-game currency. Started with the WoW gold farms back in the day, right? And I remember back when I was playing Maplestory, there'd be like bots with, their names is just a mash of letters and numbers, and they just spam advertisements for a website that you place an order, and then they come and give you a gajillion mesos for like real money. And then they're using, you know what I mean? They have like a whole network of bishops and I guess that accumulate a lot of mesos cheaply and quickly, and mules, etc. And bots, right? Like as botting technology has gotten better and scripts have gotten better, you don't have to hire workers that are working for just like a few dollars a day to farm mesos or WoW gold for you anymore. And it feels like it hasn't really been a big issue for a lot of Maplestory World servers, and I don't know if that's just because the populations aren't big enough to actually justify an economy of trying to sell third-party stuff. I feel like I think it was Artale, I think, had an issue with third-party currency sellers when it was at the height of its popularity. So I guess it does just kind of come down to whether or not there's a customer base, is what I mean to say. And we as a community have to be very diligent. Yeah, there has to be a demand. There theoretically, like, when there's a sufficiently large player base, like, it kind of naturally creates a demand, if that makes sense. Because even with the small player base, yeah, there's a demand. People are always going to want, like, in-game currency or mesos or whatever. But like I said, there needs to be incredibly heavy punishments. When it comes to, like, third-party meso sellers, it's just whack-a-mole. Like, that was also the downfall of RuneScape back in the day, right? Where there were so many bots farming resources, taking resources from other players. And the devs just weren't doing enough about it. From what I heard, the devs did have a bunch of anti-botting measures in the pipeline, but they weren't talking about it because they didn't want to warn the botters ahead of time. So then, once they finally pulled the trigger on banning all the bots, they were, it was kind of too late. The damage had been done. So it resets every 30 minutes? Jeez. Hot dog. Oh, that's chill. I didn't realize that these were repeatable. I was like, did I not pick these up or did they add like another tier to it? That's what I was thinking. Like, did they make it like 9,999 mushrooms? But yeah, we've got all the quest completion here. Oh, we've got our next tier of Icarus. Let's do actually alligators and Icarus. That sounds kind of fun, actually. While I'm here, let's do the Blue Violas quest. Why not? Let's do another fucking jump quest while we're here. Okay, let's go, chat. So, some of these platforms are fake, if I remember correctly. And the fake platforms, yeah, you see, like, are based around the bag looking different. Like, that one is an open bag of gold coins. And that's how you know the platform is fake. I think it's only the platforms with the regular sacks of money like that. The closed ones are real. Oh, Radiant's gonna try to hang with me. Hang on, I think. Oh, wait, what? Wait. That one was real. Oh, shoot. Oh, I didn't even see that throwing star. Oh my god. I was too focused on the platform. I didn't see the throwing star. Okay. This one is really punishing. The other one I did in Alinea wasn't that bad. Like if you messed up. Ooh, that's a fake platform. Shoot. Okay. You don't have to wait for me if you're on a roll. Actually, it's harder to see. Oop, they almost got me. The ninja stars are desynced. This is the true jump quest vibe, is when you're on the map with someone else and the hazards are synced up on your screen differently. So it looks like they're moving through the ninja stars and stuff like that. Where it's not an instance, it's just a map that's loaded up for you personally. It's not a true instance. Ooh, shoot. Like you can see the bags are like slightly. Oh, I see the secret now. Some of them are tied in like a little bow. And we want to jump on the platforms where they. Oh god, thank you Jesus, I didn't die. I see. So that one, the real platforms are where they aren't tied in a little bow. I'm just now noticing that small detail. And it's really hard to see these throwing stars. These are mock bees? Ooh! Ooh, that was close. Oh, shoot! My... Okay. It's okay. I didn't panic. I wasn't making weird noises. That was you. There's somebody in your house. You better go investigate that. That wasn't me making weird noises just now when I almost fell to my death. Anywho, let's keep jumping. Oh wait, that's a fake one. Oh no! Yes! I mean, oh yes, I'm the best. Open your chat? Oh, this thing? When you're going down a platform diagonally, just walk off. You don't need to jump. Oh, that's true. I thought I jumped too early on that last jump. That's only stage 1, by the way. Oh man, our movement speed is so low. I think we go left. I think both paths are viable. It's just kind of what you're feeling. Going left is faster? No, I think Radiance is just cracked like that. People do these jump quests for fun, if you can believe it. In one of Togane's videos, he talked about how there's like a really specific map that is at the end of a jump quest. So you'd have to go through an obstacle course to get to a good map to train on, which is crazy. Radiance is like, no, I'm just cracked. You really are the truest of gamers. Ow. Okay. Why is that one so fast? Jesus. Just be patient, chat. Just let the throwing stars fly away. You duck. No! No, Radiance! Oh my god. That was brutal. He got the bad knockback. I got the good knockback. It's like slightly random. There's like 2 or 3 different knockbacks that trigger when you get hit. There's like middle, weak, and strong. Yeah, you see that where I touched and I got hit back strongly. Okay. He already caught up to me! Unreal! Radiance is broken beyond all comprehension. Uh-oh, uh-oh. You have to stay in the middle. Uh-oh. Damn. There's like a way if you can get lucky with the knockback there. That one I have to really jam it. Shit! Ooh, ooh, ooh. I didn't realize I had to crouch there. My hitbox too tall. Jump, crouch, jump, jump. Oh god, this is okay. This is some ghosts and goblins. Because the buzzsaw comes through the bottom of the platform. Ow. Ow. Because the severity of the knockback is applied to your horizontal speed from your jump. So you can do that and then die because it perfectly cancels out your jump. And so you fall straight down. Oh, that's a tough combination to get through. With the buzzsaws coming through the bottom of the top platforms, it's really hard to find the timing of when it's actually safe to jump upward. It's cool. I just have to be cool like Radiance and just immediately climb back up there. These platforms you can see are like really wide, so like it's pretty easy to just tank a hit and be pretty safe in landing on a good spot. You can't crouch when you're moving forward. You have to unlink. For that section, I recommend you get hit on the ground, wait till you're blinking, then jump to the next platform. Oh, you have to, like, manipulate your iframes for that part? Oops, that was a little bit late. I waited for the right opportunity. I just jumped too late. This part's pretty easy. You just gotta be patient. Don't get greedy. The best part about this set of jump quests is that you get to listen to good music. Oh, God. Okay, I got bodied. That was me being greedy. iframe manipulation is how I cheese a ton of these. Yeah, it's like if you have a feel for the different knockback variations, there's basically a way that you can jump at a hazard, and no matter which knockback variation you get hit with, you're guaranteed to land safely, and you use that to trigger your iframes and then move through some of the more ridiculous parts of the map. Like, Subway 1 has a lot of really good examples. Yeah, like that. Ooh, shoot. Yeah. That one, I was being a little bit too passive. The trick is just not to get hit and canceled the way that happened to me, where the knockback cancels out the momentum of your jump so you fall straight down. That's where you get absolutely bodied. Like that. Yeah, just keep going. This section, you definitely just brute force it. Oh, God! Ah, fuck. I knew the hit was coming. I think if I was a better gamer, I'd jump straight up there. I neutral jump in order to clear it. But what I tried to do is I took a gamble that my knockback direction would be to the right and it was to the left. And I didn't react fast enough to change my direction. And I just walked off the platform. Like that. Then we jump. We clear. See, hit it. I did it again. Where my knockback direction went to the left. I'll get there, though. I'm just getting really lucky with my variance there. But it looks like the radiance method is working. Where you can kind of get hit and then jump across. Ah, oh, damn. I touched the edge of the platform for a frame, but I mistimed my jump. I could have definitely caught the edge of that platform and then jumped if I hit it frame perfect. Yeah, it's like this. You have to be kind of right within the end of a platform. You see where I'm using the knockback to cancel out. Ooh, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Shit. No! Oh my, no! Okay, I don't even remember which way to go. Go this way. I got dunked. I literally got Smash Bros spiked by that throwing star. With the ones that move up and down, they can spike you. If they're moving downward, then the knockback direction is also sent downward. Ugh. Fortunately, you can see with the size of the platforms, it's a lower chance of getting completely fucking destroyed. It's not that you won't get hit, you will get hit always, but it's just how ready to answer that hit and decide everything. Exactly. If you have perfect reflexes, you just react to every single, like right there. Like the same situation happened where I didn't jump in time because I can just damage boost off of there and go. But that's the strat, is you are like in this position and you jump into the hazard and then, oh God, whew, that was close. You jump into the hazard and it cancels out your momentum and you're guaranteed to land safely, and then you use your iframes to get over the gap. Oh God. I missed my jump. Shoot. Okay. Okay. Oh, we were right at the end. Pile of blue flowers. Nice. That actually wasn't that bad. Not as bad as I remember. I have more skill and more patience than when I was a little kid. Nostalgia says, poop. Poop. Stop pooping. Wait, where did I get these mock bees? Maybe from the evil eyes, I guess? Okay, so we have to turn this into John. I have to accept the quest for Curse Eyes, but I want to get stronger first. So we want to go to Kerning. And we'll do the next Icarus quest, and I guess the Iron quest, take out alligators. So, I guess we go to Perion first. Have a good rest of stream. Thank you. Yeah, shout out to Radiance for jumping in to just give us a hand real quick. And completely schooling in the jump quest. What a hero. Alright, so we'll go to Perion. We'll talk to Ian. This is a new quest line, I think. Her wanting to take out alligators. A group of tribesmen went hunting in the swamps near Kerning to acquire alligator skins, only to be ambushed. Take out 250 ligators. Now, once again, that's my funny pronunciation of the monster. Ligator. Instead of ligator, I was calling them ligators. Have you attempted Black Bull's trial? It's not technically a quest, but... No, I haven't heard of it. Wait, no, I'm heading towards Dances with Balrog. Is Black Bull's trial, like, I remember he had the quest line back in the day where you had to find deed to the land or whatever. Do you wish to face the trials? Oh, is this a unique jump quest that they built? Damn, we have exclusive exclusive jump quests? Damn, this is lit. I did the jump quest in the pet park, too. I didn't know about this, no. Wow. What the hell? Damn, that's a... Whoa! Hang on. Whoa. Whoa. I hit those jumps earlier, and I wasn't thinking about it, but these are Belmont jumps. I have to be aware. Your front foot has to be halfway off the platform before you jump. How many trials are there? Damn, the devs on this version are real game. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, this might be a little bit beyond my reckoning right now. It's fine. It's fine. Just lock in. Just lock in. This is one of those trials that make you unequip all of your gear so you can see better. I'm thinking about it. I'm actually thinking about unequipping my shit so I can see better. This is some pixel perfect nonsense. What the hell? Ugh. Oh my god, this is brutal. You know you're in a real jump trial when even like the basic jumps are hard as shit. Oh my god. What is going on? I don't know if it's this type of platform. It kind of bevels at the end, and I think it's like throwing off my timing where the platform is technically a little bit shorter. Jumping up to a platform is always more difficult than jumping down. Oh, are you shitting me? Technically speaking, you by no means have to complete this as it's not a quest, but I just wanted you to experience this starting bit. I definitely got a taste for how ridiculous that is. I'll leave that to the true jump quest heroes. I'll do the ones that are required and I'll come back to that one. But yeah, I didn't even know that existed. That's pretty cool. My snail's mad at me for being a filthy quitter. But thank you, Black Bull. We got to go back to Kerning next. Well, actually, no. We'll go to Lith Harbor, turn in those flowers. That's what we'll do. And then I'll go to Kerning. Ooh, hell yeah. A wizard glove. Amazing. I got to sort my inventory. This is, like, you got to remember when you, in old school Maplestory, the auto sort inventory button wasn't added until super duper way later. So the fact that they don't have it in this version is very iconic, but I'm a messy boy, so I never sort my inventory anyway. All right, did you make the hang glider? Oh, that. I faced minor technical difficulties, and, well, don't worry about it. Icarus does not let minor obstacles like that affect him. Anyway, I was thinking of a much safer way to fly. I think I have a great planner willing to help me out again. 100 tablecloths and 10 alligator skin pouches. Okay. So now we got to go to the swamp. This is actually really cool. Now, these are junior ligators. Ligators. We have to go a little bit deeper into the swamp to fight the real ones. This signpost leads to the forest of Junior Neki. That's right, the swamp of Junior Neki. Which is where we grinded for Neki skins that one time. All right. Ooh. We gotta go a little bit deeper. This is a mixed map. I actually really like this song, too, from Old School Maplestory. The swamp theme. It's called Jungle Book. It's kind of a bop. I like the drums. And to be fair, this is kind of also, you know, the Kerning Party Quest theme. Okay, these things are tanky. This is going to be a pain. And the skin pouches that they drop for the ballast of the air balloon. Okay. Are pretty rare from what I recall. I don't think we'll have to kill 250 of them to find 10. But I wouldn't be surprised if we have to kill like 100 of them. We'll see. Oh, wow. I missed that jump completely. I guess I spent all my jump quest use getting the blue flowers. Oh, you get a +1 all stats helmet for it. Hmm. That is pretty cool. I know for this server, right now it's like technically in alpha, but like if you get to at least level 50, you get like a unique item after the server wipe. And they recommended, they said, because the server's being wiped, you should play a different class than what you actually plan on maining so you don't get burnt out. And so I was like, yeah, I'll try Ice Lightning. And then when the server resets, I'll probably make a bandit then. Because on this version, they made it so that double stab hits 2 enemies. Which is actually pretty cool. So bandits are a little bit more, have a bit more of a niche for mobbing rather than single target damage. Because Savage Blow is like a boss shredding single target DPS skill, especially with booster. But assassins are just better at doing that. So it's like, it makes no sense for bandits to have that. And eventually you do start getting mobbing skills in third job with your Band of Thieves skill. And I think it was at one point in modern Maplestory, they did change Savage Blow so that it hits up to 3 monsters 3 times, I believe is what they changed it to. And they changed the effect, which I cannot abide. I feel like I already have like 5 or 6, 4 alligator skin bags. Okay. This won't be as bad. There's number 5. And the tablecloths you get from wraiths in the subway. Wow. Okay. Ah, no, not like this. I'll have my revenge. Yo, what's up, Matt Wheels? Welcome in. Just doing some more chill Maplestory grinding. You know, the huge. $10. Okay. And yeah, we only had to kill 64 to get 10 of them. We'll come back to do the 250 for Ian. My next level up, I think I was talking about it, where I'm probably going to put like 2 points in booster and 1 point in mastery. I think having spell booster at 50 seconds, near a minute of uptime, is probably what makes it the most efficient. Although just putting all 3 points in mastery, as I said once again, is just the best way to level. I'm just trying to keep booster at top of mind. So now we have the alligator skin pouches. We need to go into the subway over here. And they also change it so that mastery increases the range of your teleport. Which, of course, it allows you to evade larger monsters, but just gives you better traversal as well. Can I one-shot these yet? Yes, I can. I've still got my energy bolt mapped to alt. We've got to go really, really deep into the subway to find wraiths. These are junior wraiths. They don't count. Oh, God. Wait. Wait, what the fuck? Whoa. I don't remember junior wraiths being this damn tanky. What the hell? Wait, is it junior wraiths that drop tablecloths? Oh, okay. Never mind. That's right. Wraiths drop the medicine with a weird vibe. Junior wraiths drop tablecloths. So we can train here. Dang, this is brutal. Why do they have so much HP? We got to find 100. We got to get 100 tablecloths. We're going to be here for a minute. To be fair, these quests are a little bit outside of my level range. I should be in Assyria doing quests at this point, level 32-ish. I just really want the Icarus cape, though. Is Icarus cape a level 30 requirement, or is it a level 35 cape? Can't remember. I have to go to Assyria anyway to find the Maple history books in Ludibrium. It's 40 or 42, I thought. Okay. I did the hang glider, the air balloon, and then the final stage of the Icarus Cape quest is the magic potion. And you need to go talk to Wing, I believe, in order to make the potion. And I think the ingredients for the potion also require you to go to Assyria. So all roads eventually lead to the next continent. Yeah, this is going to be miserable, I think, getting 100 tablecloths. I don't know. Hang on. Here's what we'll do. We'll aggro all the wraiths and gather them all up on this bottom platform. Yeah, see, they're chasing me. We'll get them all gathered up and we'll try to AoE them down. There's actually not too many on this lower platform. Yeah, this is very inefficient. Holy moly. Hang on. Oh my god, I only have 10 tablecloths. This is I'm gonna finish this just because I've kind of already committed, I think. But this is definitely above my pay grade right now. And I can spend perhaps a little bit of time playing around with these enemies. Because I had some help doing the 999 Evil Eyes. That normally would have taken me way longer anyway. Try to weave in my Ice Strike a little bit to slow them down. I'm really feeling the the difficulty. I'm getting outscaled by the monsters pretty heavily. I don't think Junior Wraiths always had the ability to jump either. I think they gave them that so that this is no longer a safe spot. I think that that's the case, which is smart. I am always on board with forcing players to actually engage with the map and use their abilities and move around a little bit while they're training rather than finding a safe spot and sniping at everything. I'm sniping these ones because I cleared out this platform. This is just my reward. I get to have a little sniping as a treat. It's definitely different when, oops. Depending on how far above your weight class you're hitting. You know what I mean? Which is kind of one of the other privileges of, like, mages and assassins. Is that, especially in, like, old school Maplestory, the way that their accuracy and mastery is kind of all calculated into their skills, they don't have trouble hitting anything. And so your decision on what to grind on is just completely predicated on whatever is most efficient. You don't have to really make a choice around whether or not you can hit the thing. So as long as your damage is high enough to efficiently train on something, that's the only factor that matters. And then that further facilitates, you know, the minimum stat builds that were sort of a kind of a snooze fest of old school Maplestory. Because don't get me wrong, like, people are always going to min-max their builds. It's just that, and I've talked about this at length before, so just to very quickly summarize, when you have a build that makes it so that your damage is insane without needing to invest in changing your equipment or getting new weapons and stuff, it means that all the characters look the same. Nexon, you know, it's a mixed bag for Nexon, because if everybody looks the same, then you're maybe more incentivized to use NX to make your character unique and stand out from everybody. But it's also a balancing problem, right? Where certain classes are just, like, insanely strong in terms of their damage output, which means that they're able to train on stronger monsters and train on monsters faster and level up faster and get money faster. But you don't have to spend resources on upgrading your equipment. You have that upfront cost of, you know, of however many mil for your sauna robe, and then that's it. The rest of your mesos just become pure profit. So then playing a min stat build like that also not only gives you more mesos because you're able to fight stronger monsters earlier and more efficiently. Surely this is efficient. Oh my god, there's so many. Fuck, I died? Oh my god. I wasn't paying attention to my H. I'm so bad at this game. I was having too much fun AoEing the wraiths. I should be able to make it back there before those tablecloths disappear. Is this Fartail? No, no, this is Bane Sauce. Draenor, welcome in. This is the forbidden server. I caught wind of it from Joe Hawk, so I had to give it a try. And I'm completely on board for like everything that they reworked in this version. It's tight. You just missed me dying like a giga noob. I was too busy just AoEing the wraiths down and not paying attention to my HP. I was yapping too much to chat. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, how like when you're playing Dexless or Luckless, it gives you a sort of unfair advantage to be able to accumulate money. While also like really homogenizing the game. Am I snail hungry? Do you really love me? Yes, yes, Mr. Snail. You're my best friend. As we fight these ghosts. How many tablecloths do I have? 39? Oh, God. We aren't even close. We'll get there, though. We're almost halfway there. We look on the bright side. But this version really inspires me in terms of how deeply I feel that Classic World should try to be changing old school Maplestory while being able to add like when people say quality of life features, they kind of just mean it as a way of when they say quality of life, what they really mean is my favorite features from modern Maplestory. But the features they've added in this version are refinements of old school systems. You know what I mean? Like in this version, they overhauled the scroll system so that there's not like an arbitrary amount of scrolls that some are useless and some are just like overlapping with other ones for no reason. They streamlined like all the weird different amount of scrolls in the game. They reworked a lot of the math under the hood so that scrolling your equipment for defense actually matters, that kind of stuff. Did this drop recently? I am actually not sure when it released. Right now, this is technically, I think, an alpha. There is going to be a server wipe. I do know that. The character that I'm grinding on right now will eventually be deleted. They have a special thing going on where if you get to level 50 or level 70, you kind of get a unique title or like a chair, I think, or a hat or something that they're going to give away. But like I said, I heard about it from Joe Hawk. And you got to jump through a lot of hoops in order to get the version up and running on your machine. But the Discord server for the game is very, very helpful and very welcoming. I think I have the link in the description of the stream if you're watching over on the red site. What level are you? I'm level 32. Sorry, yeah, I'm blocking it. I'm a level 32 Ice Lightning Mage. And they overhauled a lot of the classes and stuff too. This version only has up to 3rd job, but even 3rd job is like deeply reworked. And I was saying earlier as well, Draenor, that when it comes to Maplestory Classic World, that's where I think they're really going to start to go like buck wild. Because right now we only know about the changes and buffs they made to first job and second job. But we don't know what third job looks like at all. And I think that a lot of players are going to get worried because it takes a while to get the third job on a 1x XP rate. You know what I mean? There's going to be no LPQ, so you don't get to cruise from level 35 to level 50. And so I think players are really going to want to have some information about third job so they can make a more informed decision about what class they want to actually spec into. You know what I mean? Because a class in second job can be really fun, but if you know that you aren't going to like the way the third job plays, or they reworked it in a way that you dislike, it's better that you find something else that you will like more rather than investing in a character that you're not going to enjoy in the long run. I think it's going to be second job only for a while because there's no Elnath. That is very true. That is very true. In Classic World, they aren't going to have third job right away. But I wonder how long are they going to wait when the game drops before they start releasing info about third job, or maybe even surveys about third job. So that is an important thing as well. Without Elnath, and even when you go back to the original Maplestory, like back in the beta, when the game first dropped, it was just Victoria Island. And it was just up to level 70, no third job. Because I've always been of the opinion that, you know, third job is kind of whack. They did it just as a content update alongside adding a new continent and more higher level areas. But I think at the time, when you consider like the design and the direction of old school Maplestory, it feels like they didn't really know what to do, if that makes sense. With certain classes especially. You know what I mean? Like hermits, they got like flash jump, and a lot of like weird passive skills. You know what I mean? Like warriors are probably the most fleshed out third job. And I guess mages, arguably. But I always played bandit back in the day, and it always felt like third job. Like hermits and chief bandits were always felt kind of half-baked to me. Because assassins were already had ridiculous damage with Lucky 7. They eventually get triple throw. But then it's just a lot of weird passives, right? Like Alchemist and that from the Tokane video. Hermit is really good. It's good on its own, so it doesn't really need a lot. But that's always kind of been a problem with old school Maplestory, right? Is that certain classes are insanely good, so you don't really know what to give them. And thank you so much for that follow, Draenor. Welcome to the Knighthood. Pages, you know, need a lot of help in third job when they become white knights. Or is it white? No. I think it's fighter and then they become a page, then a white knight. Pages need help because, like, blunt weapons are kind of meh in terms of their scaling, and elemental weaknesses don't really matter. What are you making for Classic? I'm going to be playing Bandit, because I was a Bandit player way back in the day. The fact that they are also giga buffing the class is very helpful, but they need to... One thing about Bandit that I despise, I don't know if this is the case for most classes, but it's really prominent for Bandit, is that when you get to level 30, like, nothing changes. You just double stab for 100 years. Syndid is technically the most efficient way to play when you talk about old school Maplestory, because Lucky 7 is just straight up better than double stab. And then you have a backup plan for LPQ. But because they're nerfing Keen Eyes, I don't think Syndit is viable anymore. And they also buffed double stab, so it has better scaling. The only reason you played Syndit was just because in first job, Lucky 7 was so much better than Double Stab as your ability to deal tons of damage to something from range. It just didn't matter. Right? But the biggest issue with Bandit is that you get your iconic skill, Savage Blow. But Savage Blow, you don't even get to use it until you're almost level 50. So it just feels like you class up and then nothing changes. You have to max mastery first, of course. Because you don't need the accuracy as a bandit. So I'm glad that they're adding crit chance. But because your main DPS skill is a multi-hitting skill, the increased minimum damage is worth a lot more to you. And from the PC Cafe tests, we actually know how the abilities scale now. We saw what they looked like in terms of their max abilities. From the MapleCon demo, the level 50 characters already had their skills maxed out, so we knew what that looked like, but we didn't know how each individual skill point looked like. And the scaling on Savage Blow is fucking terrible. And I ran the calculations. Somebody who's better at math, certainly, will be able to have an even more accurate read, but based on the formulas that I was able to find and the calculations that I ran, you can't not max mastery first. We got to start there. It's like it's even more important now. But Savage Blow doesn't become better than Double Stab until you have at least like 12 points in it, I think. Even calculating for the fact that a skill that hits 6 times makes better use of the crit chance that you get as a bandit, your 5% base crit chance plus the 20% you get from maxing mastery, Savage Blow still isn't better than Double Stab because it doesn't unlock all 6 hits until I think you have like almost, I think 14 points in it for it to get all 6 hits unlocked. I would rather that Savage Blow starts with 6 hits rather than doing the really bad scaling version where it has 2 hits, then 4 hits, then 6 hits. Or it should be 3 hits, then 5 hits, then 6 hits. What about the Steel skill? Isn't it OP? Steel is OP, but only when it's maxed. Because the A chance of getting the weapon attack buff scales linearly alongside the amount of the buff. So it's still better to max Steel ahead of Savage Blow because Steel becomes viable around like rank 10. It becomes viable faster than Savage Blow will. So it's better to have a skill that gives you a weapon attack buff so you're able to farm more efficiently, right? Let me see. I think I have hang on. I think I still have my piece of paper on my desk where I was jotting down the numbers. Because Steel, let me see, Steel. At level 11, Steel has a 50% chance to proc and give you a 15 plus 15 weapon attack for 30 seconds. The duration of the buff is set at 30 seconds, but putting points into Steel increases the amount of weapon attack you get and the percentage that it actually procs. So I think at a 50% chance, that's kind of where Steel becomes decent. Because if you cast Steel and your weapon attack buff doesn't proc, then it's wasted MP. But it's not the end of the world. Like, if we're going off pure Meso to Potion to MP cost mathematical efficiency, I think that having Steel be decently viable around rank 10, rank 11 still makes it better than Savage Blow, which is only better, especially with the buff to Double Stab, is only better, strictly better, at like rank 15. And that's factoring in the additional crit chance, by the way. Steel is great mobbing, though. Steel, I think we might be getting confused, Draenor. I think they did change steel in modern Maplestory to hit multiple units, but I think in Classic World, steel is only a single target skill. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't looked at it, but I think that it's old steel, where it only hits one enemy. Let me look it up real quick. Because I think that steel was reworked. Back in the day, so that it became a mobbing skill. But I think that the version in Classic World is only single target. So let me just... Let's see. I'm trying to find the thing that somebody posted where it, like, shows all the skills in, like, a image. They did change Fire Arrow to be multi-hitting. That is true. Oh my god. Hang on. I digging around the internet is kind of a pain. Control F, steel, no matches. Man. So this webpage doesn't have it. I had the link back in the day when the MapleCon demo dropped. Let me see. Maybe I linked it in my own server. Did I link it? Did I not link it? Okay. Hang on a second. I'm going to pull up Grog's video about Bandit. Yeah. Based on what I'm seeing, steel is a single target skill still. I'm so disappointed that I can't find there was a document somebody made that was literally just like a spreadsheet that covered all the changes. So yeah, with steel not being a mobbing skill, bandits keep, they maintain their niche and second job as single target. And we'll see if they keep Band of Thieves in third job. In terms of old school Maplestory, it would make sense, right, for them to keep their original kit of Band of Thieves for mobbing and Meso Explosion. But I always thought that Meso Explosion was kind of cringe. It's one of those, like, skills that you can only really go for if you have a lot of money. And on this version, they changed Meso Explosion, so that you can't use it on Mesos that you dropped. You use it on the Mesos that monsters drop when you kill them. Which is kind of a nicer change. But it's like, what's the point, you know? Nice. And I can't remember exactly when, but I do recall at one point Steel was changed to hit like 3 or 4 enemies and became like a mobbing skill. At one point, they also had changed Savage Blow as well to be a AoE skill where it hit 3 enemies. I think you hit 3 enemies for 3 lines or something like that. But that was just because when you compared bandits to assassins, assassins just were better at single target DPS. So trying to design bandits towards being the single target DPS kind of boss shredding, it just didn't make sense. You had you were squishy and low range, and your counterpart as a ranged class was just doing your job better than you. And in Classic World, they're also buffing Disorder so that it's a percentage debuff, so that it potentially has usefulness later on if you respec your character and then pick up Disorder for boss runs. And so there might be a party composition thing there where you want to have a bandit or a page on your squad, so that you have either Disorder or Threaten to debuff the defense of the boss, and it just basically becomes like a damage buff. So we knocked out that. And the next stage of the quest isn't even available yet. So yeah, let's go. I want to be a little bit stronger before I fight these alligator enemies in the swamp. I am almost leveled up, so tell you what. I'll go grind in the swamp first. Just to get to level 33, and then we'll head to Osiriya. But that's all I'm talking about, is the experience that we have right now from the demos are just playing a character that's level 50. The experience of getting a character to level 50 is a completely different can of worms. And that's something that Maplestory historically has always struggled with. What the heck? Oh my god, that makes so much sense. I think when I was in the jump quest, it canceled out my magic guard, and I just never noticed. Maybe that's why I was getting bullied so hard. I already got the 10 alligator skin bags, but I have that other quest from Ion Imperion to kill 250 of these. But they're definitely a lot tankier than I remember. So I'm just going to get a little bit of partial progress on the quest. And like on this version, I just put 1 point into Ice Strike. And because I go from single target with Magic Claw and Ice Strike becomes a mobbing skill for me, by putting points into Mastery, it makes Ice Strike stronger, right? So it's a skill that I'm scaling alongside my natural path without needing to put a bunch of points into it for it to be more efficient, because it's a completely new part of my kit. Whereas with bandits, double stab is a single target attack, a single target skill, and then savage blow is also a single target skill. So savage blow is only better than double stab once it outscales double stab. And with mastery and putting points into savage blow basically doesn't become viable until level 46. And if you immediately start leveling savage blow rather than putting points into mastery, your damage is going to be terrible and all over the place. So then you're going to level up slower. So then you're stuck with a bad build for longer. And even if you ignore mastery and put points into savage blow, you're going to have the most miserable experience until like level 35. 37 technically, because you gain mastery every other point that you put into it. So you get to level 30, you get 1 skill point for free, you put that into mastery. And then when you get to level 31, you get 3 skill points. So then you're just going to, you know what I mean? You're going to put the points into savage blow. You can't, not in classic world, especially. Because you aren't just getting mastery, you're also getting crit chance. And so it's just a straight mathematical buff to all of your attacks to max mastery. And that's what I'm talking about. Like if Savage Blow started with 6 hits, maybe a really high MP cost, so that it would compete with double stab, but it would be more expensive to use. And as you put points into it, it just becomes more and more economical, right? In terms of damage, it would still be comparable to double stab, but putting points into it makes it more economical to cast. You see what I'm getting at? Because as it stands, Savage Blow is your basically the final thing that you max as a bandit now. So you're like Warrior now, where you learn your main attacking skill in first job, and then you do nothing but that until near third job. And to be fair, I guess that's what most jobs do. I just feel a little bit more salty about it personally, because I think that Savage Blow is such an iconic skill, and it's so key to Bandit's identity. It kind of doesn't make sense that they aren't allowed to use it until like way later in their lifespan. All right, we're going to level up here in just a second. Snail's been AFK here for a little bit. Come on, we're almost there. This is always exciting when you're like 99%. Nice. All right, so now we can put more points into intelligence, which gives us damage. And I think I said I wanted to put 2 points in booster and 1 point in mastery. And you can see here they fixed the scaling, so you actually get mastery every point rather than every other point. Which is another thing that's really dumb about old school Maplestory that I think that they could very easily smooth out. Because it's just so hard to turn down putting points in mastery because it's literally just a damage buff. I'm tempted to grab Thunder Spear. But it's just that, cool, I can make this a 1-skill wonder, but it's not better than Magic Claw, is it? Ever? Because Magic Claw is 110% times 2 for 16 mana. And this is cheaper for kind of a middling hit, 187. And this is what I mean, where, I've got a cool new skill, but mathematically it's incorrect for me to use my cool new skills. But you can see this has pretty good scaling right out of the gate, 187%. And so for this to be stronger than Magic Claw, it would need to be at, 200% or whatever. That's not exactly the case. It's a mathematical quirk where, like, hitting 110% twice is not the same as hitting 200% once or whatever, 220% once, because of the way your damage range works. And so when I put points into mastery, it makes my Magic Claw better and better and better because it hits twice. Tell you what, I'm going to grab Thunder Spear. Screw it. Put Magic Claw over here, maybe. And then I'll put my points into mastery. Yeah, so we got Magic Claw over here now. Damn, the cast time for that is pretty long. So yeah, Magic Claw is just better, right? 1, 2, actually 2, 4, 3. Yeah, like, it looks like Thunder Spear is better. In terms of casting speed, though, I think the Magic Claw is still, like, stronger. But if you're strong enough to one-shot a monster with Thunder Spear, I think it is better. Yeah, see, maybe Thunder Spear is better, but that's just me being bad at math. Where based on my reckoning, it looks like Thunder Spear is worse, but maybe it's not. Maybe the devs thought of everything. So we have to get the Maple history books. So one history book is in Grendel the Really Old's house. So let's do that while we're here. The second one is on the boat on the way to Ossyria. And then the third Maple history book is in the clock tower in Ludibrium. Hang on. What do I have my basic attack mapped to? All right, there's the Maple History book. And we'll hop on the... Oh my god. I didn't realize you could fall down there. Neat. Does that mean the boat was leaving? Did I just miss it? Let me see. Oh, that is the boat. All right, 5,000 mesos. That's actually like way more expensive, right? I don't remember it being that expensive. That's fine though. Like I said, I think it's perfectly acceptable to tax players pretty heavily because noobs aren't going to be going to Ludi and whatnot, and the higher level players are going to have plenty of mesos. Like I have almost 200,000 mesos and still plenty of potions and everything. So I should have probably bought more blue potions while I was in Alinea, actually. So I kind of screwed up there. I do have a ton of mana elixirs, though, from doing all those other quests. A lot of odds and ends in my inventory. Now we just gotta wait for the ship to depart. And this is definitely a thing they need to keep in Classic World. I know a lot of players are maybe divided, but it's not like we're heading back and forth. There is no other continent, so they have more time to collect feedback and figure out exactly what how the player base feels about it. So we don't have to worry about the boat to Orbis for probably a few months, if I had to guess, when Classic World drops. We probably won't get the first content expansion for probably like 3 months, 4 months. They might wait. They might even do it as soon as 2 months in, because the most dedicated players are going to be grinding their asses off and are going to be leveling up really quickly. So I wonder how long before the clamoring of near the level cap players are going to be wanting to go to Ludi or go to Assyria. Because technically you only need Ossyria because of El Nath and the third job advancement quest. The rest of that continent is mostly for adding new monsters, new regions, LPQ, that sort of thing. I guess it kind of depends on how fun it is, right, to grind in the Forgotten Hollow. Excuse me, for example. Or if there's going to be a Forgotten Hollow PQ. That's my other theory. That without LPQ, not having a party quest to really efficiently get from level 35 to level 50 is going to feel really dead to a lot of players. And so I'm wondering if we're all just Ludi-brained to the point where they've got to give us a party quest for that level range because people just don't want to play level 35 to level 50 normally. And that's totally understandable because level 35 to level 50 is an absolutely barbaric experience curve. When I was playing on Chronostory, for example, and I was, almost level 40, and Chronostory is double XP is their base rate. And I was like, if you half my experience, it would take me from level 37 to like level 29 or something. So the amount of experience that you're gaining from stronger monsters also tries to scale with the amount of experience you actually need to level up. And back in the day, LPQ was so much more efficient than every other leveling method that that's all everybody did. Okay. So we got to go below decks so we don't die to Crimson Balrogs. There's the other Maple history book. Ooh, and an apple. They won't let me pick it up, though. So we'll have to see how players adapt, or if Nexon is maybe going to be keeping an eye on the percentage of players that are within a certain level range before they go, oh, actually, my theory is all of this time and energy that they've been putting into testing Classic World, getting feedback. Nexon understands they've really only got one shot, I think, to capture that old school Maplestory player base and then keep them on board as they add more content or make patches based on feedback. That's what a lot of players, especially in the early days after Classic World was announced, people were like, oh, this is so cool, because with Classic RuneScape, they were doing community polls and taking feedback from the players about what changes they want to make in what order. And people were really hyped on the prospect of Nexon talking to the player base in order to decide what content to add or what changes to make. And I don't think that's necessarily the case, where they're going to be directly polling the community in that way. They'll get a lot of feedback during the closed beta, I'm sure. I know they were taking surveys as well during the PC Cafe event. But I think they might have 2 or 3 different content updates kind of prepped, and based on the player base's behavior, they'll decide what they want to add in what order, if that makes sense. Like, if players are like, they have to tailor the content to the player base, if that makes sense, where there's the who is going to be playing Classic World. There's like the hardcore Maplestory players that are going to speed run to level 70 in like a week. I wonder, without LPQ and stuff, with the near double XP you get from playing in a party of 4, if you're just power leveling, grinding, I'm not sure what the record is for getting to level 70 on a 1x rate. But if that is the majority of the player base, then they have to tailor their content update to add third job. You know what I mean? If it's a player base where players are wanting to do more quests, like if they rework a lot of the quests so that they're easier to do, and the Classic World devs have talked about how they wanted to add more story, if there's players that are maybe taking their time and, you know, doing quests, learning the lore of the game, maybe buying an X to dress up their character and just kind of hang out, kind of taking things more chill, then they're going to add more content in that regard, where they want to add more NX or more pets or other systems in that nature. And of course, there's the middle ground. Like I say, if they don't want to add the next continents and third jobs right away, then maybe it's a content update of, we're adding a party quest to Forgotten Hollow, or we're adding this new update to Victoria Island. Now that Forgotten Hollow has been revealed, this is a really good point too, where the developers have shown that they're willing to add completely new content to Classic World. And that's a really big point to keep in mind, is we might get more and more and more unique areas. And exclusive areas to Classic World before they even add the other continents, where there's Forgotten Hollow, and maybe they add a Florina Beach type of map where you have to sail to a different area. That, things like that. Maybe they do things a little bit out of order where we get the excavation site as a higher level area still in Victoria Island. So the third Maple history book, we have to go to Ludus Lake, but we do have a lot of quests to do here in Ossyria. Huckles in Orbis Tower, Nero. Okay, cool. So Creel the Fairy, we have to turn in the Calvalos Tears or whatever it's called. I think she's in the item shop. I was talking about this before when I was playing through this area on Chronostory. That I never really spent a lot of time in Ossyria because you would always skip over and go to Ludi to play LPQ instead. "100 solid horns, 10 Nepenthe seeds from Nepenthes." I see a lot of traveling humans up here in Orbis. I'm sure each and every one of them are here to observe the world from an elevated standpoint. But as a fairy, I really don't understand the need to see from up here, since I can just straighten up the wings and fly whenever you want. There are places you can't go with wings on. A place like Aqua Road. Muse has the official Aqua Road photo album in the Aquarium Zoo. Okay. Let's see what we'll accept all the quests here in town before we figure out what we want to do next. Moppy the Lone Dog. Finding the Ancient Book. Are you looking for Hela? I don't know what that quest line is. Fairy's Horn Flute. 100 solid horns, 20 stiff feathers, 10 leathers. Ooh, stiff feathers. I think Lioners drop stiff feathers, so I'm not completely SOL. But I only have 4 stiff feathers on me. A lot more quests than I remember require stiff feathers. I've got to smash these crates for empty bottles, too. So I'll snag a couple of these. And we're going to keep heading west to the next town. The next part of town. Let me check in the weapon shop. I have a level 30 wand, but... Wow, would you look at that? A level 30 hat that's better than the bamboo hat. And because it gives me weapon and magic defense. And the overall robe. Is that about the same as what I have right now? Int 3, 1 luck, 14, 14. Basically. That's not better than what I have currently. But the Blue Jester is definitely worth. And then This is level 35. We've got the circle-winded staff we got from Grendel, and then the pedal staff is level 35. Staffs have lower speed, but a better multiplier. Wands are probably better now that I think about it, because with booster, if you don't have booster, they're just going to be strong. It's definitely a tough sell. I'll just while I'm here, I'll pick up the new hat, right? Upgrade the swag. Definitely something they have to fix for Classic World as well, as a lot of these mid-tier equips need to have their stats adjusted. I know that we've seen some equipment that's been changed, and that's all like higher level equipment. I wonder around like level 30 how they're going to be figuring things out. Nero was playing around Orbis Tower and he lost his necklace. Fight Junior Sentinels to get a golden bell and a red ribbon. Okay. Let's see. What other quests? Sparuna we find on the pathway. So we'll pick up that quest as well. So the potion bottles, okay, we turn in everything all at once. Oops. I'm hitting the wrong button. So in this version, they made it so that Energy Bolt, the really bad spell that magicians never use, is actually a free spell. It basically works as a ranged basic attack. Like a ranged, basic attack that scales with your intelligence because it has magic damage, but it doesn't cost any mana, so you can have a free spell to use when you're low leveled. You know, the way that warriors kind of just get to hit things with solid damage and they don't need to spend mana to do so. Great way to help mages in their early scaling journey, which was very greatly appreciated. How many bottles is that? All right, that's 8 bottles. Nine bottles. I guess I can just grab the 10th bottle when I come back to town. It doesn't really matter if I have them or not. If there's another crate on the way over here to lead outside of town, then I'll snag it. Yeah. This should be my 10th bottle. And then we get to go fight Junior Lioners. So this statue, that tells me that leads to Orbis Tower. Let's go over here first. Because we wanna fight Nepenthes and go to the Garden of Three Colors, I believe is what the place is called. And we have to keep going this way. I think Sparuna, she's like a fortune teller. Her house is like down around here somewhere. These pink plants are the Nepenthes. Damn, they hurt. Jesus. Oh my god, they're so tanky. How many Nepenthe seeds do I need? Lord have mercy. I only need 10 of them. That's not too bad. As long as the junior liners kind of line up with my damage, then it shouldn't be that big of a deal to find the solid horns. There's a map that's like all Nepenthes, I think, as well. Let's go a little bit deeper, see if we can find that map. I think it's a hidden street. It leads to, it's called like Nepenthe Park or something. And we'll talk to Sparuna anyway. Like I say, I'm pretty sure her house is down here. Yeah, there she is. Sparuna's prophecy. Are you Sparuna the prophet with an uncanny ability to see the future? Well, it seems like people refer to me as that. That wouldn't be the only reason for you to see me, to find out who I am. What do you want? Apparently a very ominous prophecy on something. I'm here to find out the details. Soon Orbis will crash land into the ground. Gotta save Orbis. Spiro, hold on. Is there no way to stop it? Gotta talk to her assistant. Lightening up Orbis. All right. The number of Junior Cellian, Junior Liner, and Junior Groupin have been ridiculous. Kill 100 of each. Okay. Here we go. So, probably have to go back to town. Is this a... No, I thought it was a hidden street. I'll probably have to go back to town to get some white potions or something. My god. Alright, these are dark Nepenthes. That's not going to do. We'll grab the regular Nepenthe seeds on the way back from the garden. Because we need solid horns. The Junior Liners, Cellians, and Groupins all drop solid horns. So we'll be able to find those pretty easily. I think one of those gazebos is, leads to a Nepenthe only map. I might be heading the wrong way. This is not... Where? How do I get to the... Road to the Garden of Three Colors. I need to head back to Orbis Cloud Park 1. It's a split path. Yeah, okay, I'm going the completely wrong way. There is an NPC over here. It might be Homeboy. Okay, so let's do... Oops. Let's use the nearest town scroll. So that way I can buy some potions while I'm here in town. If you have a breakfast burrito for dinner, is it still a breakfast burrito? That's actually a really good question. Is breakfast more about the thing you eat, or is it about the time of day? That's a damn good question. There goes all my money going to potions. That's how it goes. That's the life of a mapler. Okay, so we go to Cloud Park 1, and then it splits off to head to the Garden of Three Colors, which is that top left, I believe, is a hidden street that leads there. The Road to the Garden of Three Colors. Yep. I believe certain ones do have a elemental weakness, but I believe that the elemental weaknesses were kind of refactored in this version. That is important as well. Having a stronger single target hit gives me better push to keep enemies away from me. But this is just a mixed map. Since I have to kill 100 of each, I'm just going to go to the individual map. I think they changed groupings. I remember them being purple. They like made them blue. Interesting. All right, so these are Celians, the red ones. Being able to teleport during the windup of that spell is kind of lit. The range is pretty good too. Is that... Yeah, these do drop stiff feathers. That's actually super duper important for me. If they'll let me pick it up. Which they don't for whatever reason. Yeah, it looks like... It does look like the Lightning Strike is a little bit better than Magic Claw, but just slightly. But Magic Claw, I think, is faster. Especially with a booster on. It's close. It's very close. But that's what I like, though, right? You want your new spell to be decent compared to your existing spells without having to put, like, a gajillion points into it. You got to remember as well that blue potions are, even when you aren't buying them in Alinea, you're buying them at full price for 200 mesos each. They're still more cost effective than mana elixirs. It's just that mana elixirs, you don't have to mash the button as much when you're playing a class with a lot of MP, obviously. And when you're considering, like, inventory space, it's also important. And I'm just using white potions because I got them from the Rememberer. And it's just a little bit better for me. If you keep going deeper, you get to these are junior Celians, but you get to the bigger ones that are, like, much stronger. Let me clear out this platform, and then I'll check the progress, whether I have to move to the next garden or not. Oh, only 47. Yeah, we got plenty more to kill. So my next level, when I get to level 34, I think that is going to be all in on mastery from then on. I think that having the 30-second duration on booster is acceptable. Maybe I do like a split max. Where I slowly increase the duration of booster so I don't have to cast it as much. Because having booster does make lightning strike a lot better too, because the animation for it is kind of long. It also makes the fact that I'm using a staff much more viable. Because back when Grendel gave me the option to use a staff versus a wand, I was like, you know, a wand is still probably better until you get booster pretty much maxed. Because the way staffs work is your spells cast slower but have a better damage ratio. So it's tough to say. And if the spell speed cap is the same as the attack speed cap at 2, then you actually want a staff with speed of 4. Or a wand with speed of 4. Because your booster increases your cast by 2 stages. So going from 4 to 2 is technically the casting speed cap. And the base speed of a wand is 3. You see, so you're losing out on a little bit of value of your booster. And you got to remember as well, when you set up booster, it costs HP and MP. So it actually costs like a decent amount of Mesos in order to set booster up when we're comparing HP and MP to a direct Meso cost. And with booster, as you increase the stats, the duration of the buff increases, but then also the cost of casting the buff in general also decreases. And that's the sort of scaling that I think that Maplestory should be focusing on in second job. Where your spells are good and useful, but they become more economical as you put points into them. Yeah, the crafting materials have like a little bit of a delay when I go to pick them up, which is kind of weird. Get some of my buff potions. We're almost done with the 100 here. I feel that's close. My next level, maybe I put all 3 points into booster. So that way it has a 1 minute duration. And then I'll feel more comfortable going for mastery. Because if I'm gonna be relying on lightning strike, then booster does become more mandatory rather than just magic clawing everything down. It is interesting to think about, though, because mastery is just a straight up damage buff. So maybe I do stick with 30-second booster. I'll be definitely flip-flopping on that decision a lot as I get closer and closer to level 34. All right, that's 100 Junior Cellians. Now we move on to the next color for Junior Lioners. Ironically, if I remember correctly, one of these little enemy types is better to train on than the other ones. There's like, they have slight differences in their drop tables, I think. And it makes them slightly better to train on as a certain class. I remember in Amoria, there was another version of these they added that were like black. And they dropped insane mesos for their level range. I think they dropped like almost 300 mesos a piece or something. I remember training in Amoria back in the day. It was just so efficient when you were low level and broke. And it was like 1.5 platforms in Amoria that they appeared. So it was actually really hard to get a map to yourself too, because people were always grinding there because the money was so good. When it comes to old school Maplestory, it's always train somewhere where you get really efficient XP or train somewhere where you get really efficient money. And I wonder if they'll continue that tradition or if they'll just try to combine them both. Yo, what's up, Ben? Welcome in. We finally made our way to Assyria, which is kind of the floating sky island continent. Am I out of inventory space? No. I've just been getting these weird, like, spikes where they, like, won't let me pick up certain items, and I'm not sure what causes it. I decided to put a skill point to Lightning Strike, and I think it's actually pretty damn efficient. Like, the damage, even with one skill point, seems pretty comparable to Magic Claw, which I'm really excited about. I'm enjoying Slay the Spire 2. Good game. Oh, I keep forgetting that Slay the Spire 2 came out. Yeah. What a good game. Slay the Spire. Like, the funny thing is I've never played it, but the fact that it's, like, such a deep strategy game and kind of just redefined its genre. Or we could even say, like, created a genre. Like, what do they even add to Slay the Spire 2 that, you know, can improve the formula? Just like more classes, graphical upgrade maybe. I heard that there's like multiplayer, which is kind of insane. Yo, lucky boy. Welcome, welcome. I gotta like double check something. I feel like the monsters like aren't running away. You know what? Maybe it's a feature that I forgot to re-enable when we were doing some testing back in the day. Like the monsters just hanging around and no, it just ran away. Yeah, the monsters are just hanging out and beating me up. It's just a great sequel, co-op, 2 new classes, new cards for old classes, new enemies, art, just lots of stuff. It's good. And I guess that's a really good point as well, where when you make a sequel to a game, you know, sometimes the sequel is just a refinement of that core formula. It doesn't need to be like super different. You just give players more of what they want in a more streamlined package with some quality of life changes. It's a good jumping on point for new players and a lot of new stuff for returning players. So definitely shout out to the Slay the Spire devs for pulling it off. I think Slay the Spire 2, they announced it like a couple years ago, right? It's been in the works for quite a while. Did they kickstart Slay the Spire 2, or was that the board game that they kickstarted? Yeah, lots of cards are identical to the first game, and some would find that to be a negative. But I think it's just a sign that they know they got it right the first time and didn't need to change it for no reason. Yeah, exactly. Board game was Kickstarter, OG was Steam Early Access. Yo, Power Cuties, welcome. Let me double check my progress. 70 Junior Lioners. 70 Junior Lioners. Yeah, you give players that familiar foundation where they're able to rely on their legacy knowledge, and then you just add new builds and new synergies on top of that, like the whole trinket system. Hope you're getting good drops from Maplestory. I actually, the only drop I think I got today was I randomly look at my inventory and I had a Mockbee throwing star, and I don't know where the hell I got it. I think I got it off of Evil Eyes, but I don't remember Mockbees being in their drop table. So it must have been changed. Like, item and equipment drops in Maplestory is actually super rare. And I bought this hat, this new hat, and my new staff I got from a quest, which was very helpful. Most of my equipment, my upgraded equipment for my next level range, I've gotten from quests, which is cool. This version incentivizes you actually crafting your equipment rather than buying it. So I'll have to talk to... It might be in Ludus Lake, where the equipment fabricator is. In old school Maplestory, when you went to Ludibrium, the NPCs would only be able to make gloves and shoes for you. But you were still buying your equipment from NPCs. Or I guess from other players. Because when you get an equipment drop from an enemy, it slightly randomizes the stats within a range. So you can get like a really good version of an equipment. And they're usually always better than what you buy in the shop. Like, if you remember Chrono's story, when I was playing that, like, you're getting equipment drops out the wazoo because they, like, tripled the equipment drop rate or something like that. So it didn't even matter if the equipment had bad stats because you just had like so much to sell to NPCs all the time. So you have a gajillion Mesos. This version, it's been more old school. I have 41,000 Mesos right now because I just spent like another 100 grand on potions. And that's 100 Union Lioners. So now we're on to the next Garden of Three Colors. Is that a Jester hat? Yes, this is the blue Jester. It's a level 30 mage hat. It's been buffed as well, so that it's actually better than the bamboo hat that gives intelligence. Did you hear about the updates for RuneScape? I haven't heard about anything individually, but I know that Captain Sarah plays RuneScape 3, I think it is. And that was the one I think I heard about that was getting a bunch of like updates and stuff. Yeah, you can see these ones, they're resistant to ice. My ice is like doing way less damage on average. It looks like. You have to like talk to your pet so that it levels up. And then make sure you give it pet food. Right now, all the pet does is it picks up Mesos for me, but you eventually get other upgrades that it can like pick up items for you. And also like it's called a vac, right? Where it actually just sucks up the items for you. It doesn't you don't need to go close to them. And I know that there was an upgrade they made with pets where they will actually even heal you. They'll use potions for you as well. They streamline your grinding. From what I recall, though, the changes to RuneScape were... Wait, I think I know what you're talking about, where they're going completely, like, no microtransactions was what it was. Was the big deal that everybody heard about. I think they're doing, like, no microtransactions with a monthly subscription fee, or they were, like, radically altering the monetization of the game. And that is, like, one thing in MMOs I know that players do appreciate. Am I, like, out of inventory space? No, I still have plenty of inventory space. There's just, like, a little bit of lag when it comes to picking up items, it feels like. But it's crazy that they have, like, old school RuneScape, then, like, RuneScape 2 and RuneScape 3. And I don't know the difference. I just know that RuneScape is one of the just very chill spreadsheet grindy games. It's like Final Fantasy 14, right? Where all of the gathering and crafting is something that you can grind for on your character. Captain Sarah was telling me about how she's grinding to max out a certain skill that only like less than 1,000 people in the game have done before. And then you get a special cape once you do that. And I was like, hey, that's actually pretty cool to have like a unique piece of equipment that automatically signals to other players that you've done some completely ridiculous achievement. So yeah, the groupins are resistant to ice. So I still want to use my AoE spell on them, but it's a little bit harder to grind out these last little bit. I might be coping. I don't know if they actually are resistant to ice. I think they were back in the day. But I think for this version, they kind of said that they just normalized the elemental resistance stuff because it was like a weird, somewhat arbitrary limiter on where certain classes could train. And it's not like you were getting a really big benefit from training on stuff that was weak to a certain element. The only ones that really mattered were like undead being weak to holy, so you could use heal to AoE them down. And clerics in this version, I don't even think have heal. Do you think Maplestory can be a grindy spreadsheet game? The game is grindy, but all of the grind is centered around leveling up your character. There isn't like secondary grinding the way there is in other MMOs where you're leveling up a gathering class or mining minerals and stuff like that. That was something that was eventually added to modern Maplestory, was the ability to like harvest plants and minerals and like use them to craft things, but I don't think they really did anything with it. But there is like tools that you can download. I've seen players use where it calculates like how much experience you're getting per level and stuff like that, so that you're able to perfectly figure out where the most efficient training spots are. And like there are like reasons to use spreadsheets to keep track of long-term goals and gains. In modern Maplestory, there's a thing called cubing, where you have to do, there's like certain bosses that you grind on every day. They're like daily bosses. And then the daily bosses have a chance to drop cubes, right? And then you exchange X amount of cubes in order to upgrade your equipment slightly, or it's like a percentage chance. You going to work, love? Love you. And there was a player who was kind of talking about how dog shit the system is, because it takes forever to get enough cubes to upgrade your equipment, because the cubes aren't guaranteed from the bosses, right? It's a chance you get them. So you kind of just have a spreadsheet to keep chance of what your average cube generation is. And then it gives you an idea of, if I'm getting this amount of cubes per average per day or per week, this is how many weeks it's going to take me to get enough cubes to reliably upgrade this piece of equipment. And they make it so that the daily cube allocation, not allocation, but accumulation is bad, because you can also buy cubes with real money. That's where what they want you to do, is to spend your real money to get cubes, so that you can upgrade your equipment, so that you can deal more damage, and then farm bosses faster to get cubes and upgrade your equipment. Like modern Maplestory kind of is a spreadsheet where you're just chasing slightly higher numbers and min-maxing these pay-to-win upgrades for your character. And that's one thing that people are really looking forward to getting away from in Classic World, because it was a system they added back in the day called Potential, where equipment had not just the base stats it gave you, but it had like a hidden passive it could get, right? The potential of the item. And you would use money to buy a special magnifying glass to reveal the potential of an item, okay? And so that was also another percentage chance to get a good usable potential, and there was like different rarities. And then you could pay, there was like items you could use to re-roll the potential. Either to re-roll it to you re-roll the potential to one of a random one in the same rarity tier, or there was a different item that would allow you to upgrade the potential tier of a piece of equipment, okay? And like these potentials, like legendary tier potentials, were like insane, where you would get like bonus experience, or monsters would drop more money, or percentage based stat increases, like absolutely ridiculous, right? And so in order to get these really, really powerful pieces of equipment, hey, stop it. In order to get these really powerful pieces of equipment, you would have to just RNG into them off of an equipment drop. Because, like, equipment dropping from monsters when you kill them is already very rare. So then it's the rarity of getting an equipment drop, the rarity of getting equipment that you can actually use, the rarity of it getting potential even on it. Because that's the other thing, too. Like, you could use an item to change the potential of equipment, to upgrade the potential of an equipment, or even add potential to an equipment. So, and these were all items that you had to pay money for. So it was like when you spent money, you were literally just getting equipment, better stats and higher damage than players that weren't spending money. And that disparity still is still there to this day. And so a lot of players are just, kind of fed up with, oh, you're right. I feel like there's a hidden street somewhere over here that leads to the Nepentdeath Park. Let me find that real quick, and then I'll take a quick break to let them outside. I know, babies. My goodness, I think it's over here. That's where we came from. There is that one map where it has like a handful of Nepentdeaths on it, so this one here is probably fine. All right, let me take them outside real quick. Okay, I'm back. So, we've got to kill Nepenthes. We did this one. We have to go deeper into Cloud Park in order to turn this quest in. And we've got the solid horns. We need 10 Nepenthes seeds. I need to, like, I shouldn't have AoE'd like that. I need to aggro them one at a time. All right, that's one Nepenthes seed. People used to farm these Nepenthes all the time because there was a repeatable quest for an item called Nepenthes honey. And it was like a super rare drop from them. And it created like its own really strange economy. The way the quest worked was that you would turn in a bunch of Nepenthes, a Nepenthes honey, and it would give you a chance at a random reward from a pool. And a few of the rewards from that pool were really good. And because the quest was repeatable, it was just sort of a money-making thing that players did. Where if you had a lot of money to burn, you know, you would just buy Nepenthes honey from other players. And if you had a lot of time, of course, then you would just farm Nepenthes. They're stationary spawns. They're easier to just kind of snipe at in one shot. It seems to me exactly the kind of thing that like a lot of people would bot for. But I can't say for sure if that was really the case. I just remember seeing Nepenthes honey for sale in player shops and being like, wow, why is this random drop so expensive? That's 3 Nepenthes seeds. We're almost there. I don't remember these things being so fierce. I am only level 33 as well. So I imagine that I'm just kind of underleveled for this part. But I am in that sort of weird in-between area. I have like really high magic defense, so the lunar pixies, they aren't really dealing that much damage, which is kind of fun. Damn. Everything just has so much HP. Suddenly, it feels like. There we go. F4? Is that a typo? Wow, rude. No. All right, 6 seeds. My God, this quest is miserable. All the quests that I've had to do so far have been against like against these like pain in the ass monsters with so much HP. Oh my God. And like they're just on these narrow platforms where it's like really difficult to. Oh my God. Luckily I bought all those potions. Really all I can say. I gotta put booster on so that my lightning strike remains actually worth. Oh my God, I'm like missing the end of the platform. It actually stops a little bit earlier than I thought it did. Okay. That's 8. The other player that was on this map left a couple behind. 9, 10. Hell yeah. Okay. So, first we got to go deeper into the Cloud Park to turn in the Lightning Orbis quest. I think Sparuna eventually does give us a quest to kill these lunar pixies, these little mage guys. $9,000 experience and a random item. What did we get? Adamantium ore, cool. Some ore. Pixies cloud pieces, yep. The reason why Orbis is floating on air is because of the magical clouds. The pixies have begun to absorb the magic power from the clouds to fill up their stamina, and the clouds will weaken. We need to get cloud pieces from pixies so we can start maintenance to check out the clouds. All right, 3 types of pixies. Star, lunar, and luster pixies. Collect 30 cloud pieces. Okay. So we don't have to collect their specific drops. Oh my God. 85 damage. Hang on. Do they just have really high magic defense, or are they, like, resistant to lightning? Yeah, it looks like they're resistant to lightning. I don't even have 100% hit rate on them. Let me get out of here. Killing the star pixies would probably be the most efficient way to do that. But let's turn in this quest as well. 15,000 experience and another random item. This time, she gave me scroll for magician for attack 60. I think that's my third 60% attack scroll. I'm waiting for a better piece of equipment to use those on. Next up. Oh my God, Junior Boogies. Oh my God. Yeah, so we've got some looty quests. Definitely better stat distribution, I think, in Ludibrium. And we got to talk to Homegirl about the... Wait, did I pass her? Isn't she, like, over here? Where's the dog? What the dog doing? Yeah, she's over here. I completely missed. Fairy's Horn Flute. Huh? Oh, I still need stiff feathers. Oh my God. I need stiff feathers. So we have to go train in the Garden of Colors. in order to get stiff feathers. I forgot about that. Okay. So let's do that real quick then. The garden, it's a lot easier to deal with. And it's a lot faster to get there. Let me... Okay, so these do drop the cloud pieces. So farming these for the 30 cloud pieces won't be too bad. I guess it depends on how rare they are. Because we just got 2 out of, like, 6 or so. So that's a good sign. But let me grind here in the garden for stiff feathers. And we'll do it in Cellians, which I think take a little bit more damage from my ice. I might have been coping, but it felt like the groupins were resistant to my ice strike. I think that's actually the only difference between these enemies is they have different elemental weaknesses. So we can just hit all of these, gather them up, aggro them. I think we found, like, out of the 300 of these little guys that we had to kill for the quest, we found only, like, 12 stiff feathers. This is going to be a bit... I feel like the solid horns we use for some other quest as well, but I can't remember. And this was the strat I was using against the fire boars in the Burning Land, is you can just use your ice to aggro them, and then they all follow you into one side, and they're all nice and gathered up for you to use your ice strike and AoE them down. And I'm wondering, too... once I max mastery, what'll be my next skill? Probably just more damage, like actually start putting points into Ice Strike and Lightning Strike. Because I do have my Meditation, which lowers my MP costs. And then the skill that makes my potions more effective. And those are both great skills to just start saving money. So I wonder with maxed mastery if my damage will just be good enough. Based on what I'm seeing now, my damage obviously is not good enough. What the hell? So I'll probably save those money-saving skills for actually a max last kind of thing. I was playing very frugally when I first started the character, trying to save as much money as possible. But now that I'm starting to fight stronger enemies that are dropping more mesos, I don't think I need to worry too much about min-maxing my potion costs. Especially with the repeatable 999 quests I can use to get potions. I think we'll be kind of fine there. Especially considering at some point I'll probably be doing a run of LPQs where damage is a lot more meaningful than how efficient my potions are. Because the rewards you get for doing the PQs of, like, equipment and potions and scrolls and mesos and yada yada will give you a nice buffer for potion anyway. But the fact again that my skill build actually has real considerations based on what I'm doing and how I'm playing my character is really refreshing. And hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of energy in Classic World's release. It's probably still just a max mastery, probably get booster to rank 6 or rank 8. I think booster lasting a minute is probably the sweet spot. Because the buff is the same. The cost and the duration are what changes when you increase it. So you need it to, right now I have mine at 3, so it lasts 30 seconds. So I kind of get to use it as a buff and then jump into a big pile of enemies and, you know, shoot them all down. Once it's maxed, I think it's like a 3-minute duration or something, so it's kind of a set it and forget it sort of thing. Right now it's situated as a using it for specific moments like this. But essentially, there's a stiff feather. Eventually, you get it to a point where the uptime is so long and the cost is so negligible, it just becomes like a flat buff to your attack speed. And in old school Maplestory, there wasn't really any meaningful difference between staffs and wands. Staffs were just always better because they gave you more magic attack. But in this version, they have an actual multiplier to them. Which I talked about regarding like booster. I think wands are better though. I just don't have a level 30 wand. Like with this staff having a speed of 6, booster brings it to 4. So a wand is like still slightly faster. But you're giving up only 1 stage of attack to have a better multiplier. So ideally, if they make it so that staffs are always at 6 speed by default, you're always going to be able to get them to 4. And if they make a 4-speed wand, when you use booster, it goes down to 2, which is the cap. So then you're really able to spam. And I wonder if, like, certain mages, it's better to have more spell speed. Like certain classes, or with certain spells specifically, based on, like, their animations. Like, Lightning Strike seems to have a really long animation, so casting that with a wand seems very strong. There's another stiff feather. But the fact that the question even exists of, oh, which weapon type is most efficient for my build is a question you never ask in old school Maplestory, because there was always a mathematically correct answer, whichever one has the highest magic attack or weapon attack. Even when it came to classes that could use different weapon types like warrior, it was, yeah, swords are always better than axes because of the multiplier you get when you swing versus stab. And even like spears versus pole arms, the multiplier was different based on if you swing or stab. And then I think it's in fourth job. Is it third job or fourth job? You get a skill that guarantees that you swing versus stab, right? So depending on which of those skills you plan on using, because I believe one of them was single target and the other one was AoE, depending on the kinds of things that you are training on, then your weapon type does matter. And I don't think they're doing any sort of... In other games, you know, they'll have it where certain enemies will be weak to certain damage types, like piercing damage versus blunt damage. Skeletons, I think, being the premier example of a enemy type that traditionally is resistant to or even immune to, like, stabbing damage. Because you can't, you know, stab a skeleton. It doesn't make sense. But, like, a blunt weapon like a mace or a hammer would be effective against the skeleton. All right, we found all the stiff feathers. And since I was already working on those enemies, I just went ahead and knocked them out. Okay, so now we can head back into town. I gotta buy some nearest town scrolls, actually, while I'm here. Is it troll to do my shopping before I turn in the quest? I'm gonna buy a big chunk of those. When you're in Orbis and Ludibrium, there's no return to Orbis scroll or return to Ludi scroll. There's only nearest town scroll. So you use those while you're off of Victoria Island. Barry's Horn Flute. We get the Blue Moon Earring, some Cure-All Potions, chunk of XP. Barry's Horn Flute 2. Let's see what happens when a human uses the Fairy's Horn Flute. I don't know how to react to humans using it, so there's no guarantee that it'll work. All right, let's see if it'll work, and let us talk to Moppy. When the horn flute starts to be played, a soothing sound echoes throughout the area while the horn flute disappears in a puff. It's gone. Is it because I'm a human? Did I do all this for naught? Hey, can you hear me? Oh, wait, I can understand Moppy now. All right, so let's see what he has to say. Lisa's special medicine. Can you hear me? Do you understand me? That was so annoying talking to someone who couldn't understand what I was saying. My master likes to go out researching. He said to be back early, but I'm waiting for my master. He's still nowhere to be found. Why? I got attacked by a monster. I got hurt. I left looking for my master to be attacked by a group of monsters. The wound I got back then still hurts to this day. I need help. Okay. I think his master is Huckle, and he's stranded in Orbis Tower. Lisa's special medicine. What are the ingredients for that? 40 orange potions, 20 blue potions, an antidote, and a fairy's tentacle. Okay. I think we're allowed to shop for all of those. Yeah. I have blue potions. I have a fairy's tentacle, antidote, and 31 orange potions. Antidote. There it is. All right. Then we give the medicine to Moppy. Nice. We get 5 fame. And then what does Moppy have to say? Find my master for me. Yeah, his name is Huckle. Okay. Yeah, he's the other NPC here. He's stranded inside a hidden room in the Orbis Tower. Now, Orbis Tower is here. It leads down to Aqua Road. And if I remember correctly, he's like down here before you get to El Nath. There's like a secret room on like the first or second floor, maybe the fifth floor. And he's like stranded in there. We have to go down into the Orbis Tower anyway to find Junior Sentinels for Nero's necklace. Junior Sentinels, I believe, live at the bottom. But before I go into Orbis Tower, probably best to get the cloud pieces from the Star Pixies. Because those are pretty decently easy for me to grind on. Yeah, and then we still have a really big batch of quests to do once we make it to Ludi. And I think the Orbis and Danger quest has like one more tier to it once we clear this one. But that is going to be it for me today. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me for some old school Maplestory. I'm still really loving this version to death. Looking forward to Classic World. Looking forward to getting my thoughts down into some YouTube videos soon. So please send me your energy so I can be a good boy and actually do my content creation. And yeah, I guess I'll see you next week. And I believe I have another gig coming up. So I'll keep you all posted about what I'll be up to on the Pokemon side. So peace out.